Check 1, 2, check. Check, check. Good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock. Welcome back to the California WaterFix Water Right Change Petition hearing. I am Tam Dodek. To my right are Board Chair Felicia Marcus and Board Member D.D. Adamo. To my left are our staff, Dana Heinrich, Diane Riddle, and Kyle Oceandesco. We also have Ms. McHugh and Mr. Long assisting us today. I guess we should take these announcements much more seriously now. First of all, please locate the exit closest to you. In the event of an emergency, an alarm will sound, and we will evacuate this room. We will take the stairs down to the first floor, exit the building, and meet up in the park to wait for the all-clear signal. If you are not able to use the stairs, please flag one of us down, and you will be directed to a protective area. Secondly, as always, this hearing is being recorded and webcasted, so please always, when you're called upon to speak into the microphone and begin by stating your name and affiliation. Our court reporter is back with us today from the sunny state of Hawaii, all rested, relaxed, and ready to go. We will have the transcript available after the conclusion of Part 1B. If you wish to have it sooner, please make your arrangements directly with her. Finally, and most importantly, please take a moment right now and put all your noise-making devices on silent, vibrate, do not disturb. Even if you think they are, please check. All right, before we begin, are there any housekeeping items that we need to address? We have a short week today. We're just meeting today, and then reconvening next Thursday and Friday, actually in the Coastal hearing room. Okay. So for today, we'll begin with the City of Stockton. I see Ms. Tabor and Mr. Simmons, and then we'll follow up by Ms. Meserve with Ms. Meserve's panel 2. If we have time, panel 3. If not, we will begin with her panel 3 next week. And with that, let me go ahead and turn to Mr. Simmons. Let me go ahead and administer the oath for your witness, and then you may begin with a policy/opening statement if you would so like. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer, yes, I do. Thank you. You may be seated, and Mr. Simmons, you may begin.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Dodek and board members and staff. I'm Paul Simmons, representing the City of Stockton, and we thank the board and the other involved parties for accommodating us and allowing us to go at this time in the schedule. We know that's a complicated endeavor to keep it rolling. The City of Stockton submitted a written opening statement as part of its case in chief on August 31st, and I'll summarize that briefly, and then Mr. Granberg will be testifying. Stockton is a municipality of 300,000 people. It has a very obvious relationship with the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. It's in the Delta. It diverts water from the Delta and uses water in the Delta. Stockton is a legal user of water. It diverts from the San Joaquin River for municipal and industrial use under permit 21176, issued by this board on application 30531A. Some context for the city's case, and certainly this is not a hearing we understand on anything other than the change petition, but we can't help but note, and again this is context for the case, that roughly 8.5 years ago, in its scoping comments on the EIS for BDCP then, Stockton made the fairly obvious point that the environmental analysis and disclosures should include disclosure of impacts to water quality at the city's drinking water intake, a fairly straightforward proposition. The draft EIS did not acknowledge the existence of the city's drinking water supply at that source. And when the city commented to that effect on the draft EIR, the recirculated draft EIR also did not address that issue at all. The city and its protest raises the same issue. We are concerned with the potential effects on quantity and especially quality at our drinking water supply for this major municipality. The petitioners, in their case in chief, also do not address this question. What is the change in water quality that will be experienced by the city of Stockton? Now, whether this is just an oversight or there was a problem with not enough time or whatever doesn't really matter. But what does matter is that the petitioners cannot meet their burden to show no injury to a legal user of water by ignoring a legal user of water. Stockton's evidence will show the importance of its Delta water supply source, including how the development of that supply has alleviated adverse groundwater conditions in the region. And it will also address concerns about the potential consequences of any adverse changes in water quality associated with its water supply. The city's witness is Robert Granberg, who's the Assistant Director of Municipal Utilities for Stockton. Mr. Granberg's testimony will document and attest to the city's rights and interests in water from the San Joaquin River and provide foundational evidence regarding the potential injury to the city's rights as a legal user of water from the WaterFix project. Now, Mr. Granberg, can you just state and spell your name for the record?
Robert Granberg, Granberg.
And you've taken the oath and you understand that your testimony is under oath.
Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to Exhibit STKN-010, which is titled Testimony of Robert Granberg. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
And did you prepare and sign that document?
Yes.
And are there any changes that should be made in that document?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe the change?
There's a reference to Exhibit STKN-014, and that should be Exhibit STKN-022.
Right, so you're referring to page 8, line 8 of the testimony, instead of referring to STKN-014, that should be 022.
That is correct.
All right, and Madam Chair, just for the record, there was paper submitted by the city earlier to make that correction. So Mr. Granberg, with that correction, is Exhibit STKN-010 your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Can you summarize your testimony, please?
It'd be my pleasure. Good morning. As Mr. Simmons indicated, I am the Assistant Director of Municipal Utilities for the City of Stockton. I provide overall leadership for the department, particularly the divisions of Engineering Services, Wastewater Treatment, and Department Maintenance. Prior to this position, I served as Deputy Director of Water Resources Planning, and in that capacity, I managed all aspects of water supply planning, water treatment, and water distribution to our service area. We provide potable water treatment and distribution for M&I purposes to more than half of the Stockton metropolitan area, which equates to about 180,000 residents and businesses. Our primary source of water supply is from the Delta. Historically, up until about the late 70s, 100% of the potable water supply to the city of Stockton came from the groundwater basin. But due to concerns about overdraft and saline intrusion, in 1996, the city applied for a water right for surface water from the San Joaquin River for M&I supply. That application was brought forth to this board, and in 2006 was bifurcated, and permit 21176 was issued for authority for the City of Stockton to divert up to 33,600 acre-feet per year from the San Joaquin River for the use in the Stockton metropolitan area. The balance of that application remains on file with the State Board, and we maintain an annual fee for that application to remain in place. Today, the primary source, as I stated, is surface water supplied by the city from the Delta under that water right that I previously mentioned. We have an intake on the San Joaquin River, and it's located at the southwest tip of Empire Tract. The city has diverted and beneficially used water under our water rights permit since 2012. To date, the maximum monthly diversion has been approximately 1,684 acre-feet, and our highest diversion in a calendar year has been approximately 9,268 acre-feet. The city's ability to divert water for drinking water supply is limited by a biological opinion that constrains our diversions in the spring months in order to protect fish. We also hold a water purchase contract with the Woodbridge Irrigation District to make up that supply curtailment from the Delta. We also receive treated surface water from the Stockton East Water District that wholesales treated water to the metropolitan area. We also supplement a small portion of our supply from our remaining groundwater wells. Since the late 70s, Stockton has spent hundreds of millions of dollars developing new sources of supply that have resulted in overall improvement in groundwater levels under the Stockton metropolitan area footprint. Maintaining the security and quality of our surface water supply is crucial to our continued groundwater recovery program. Excuse me. The WaterFix draft environmental documents demonstrate negative changes in Delta water quality for a number of parameters that are of concern for a municipal water supplier. Some of the key constituents of concern to Stockton include electrical conductivity, chloride, and bromide. Electrical conductivity, chloride, and bromide. I'll slow down. The draft environmental documents also identify the proposed water right changes will result in increased residence time for water in the Delta. This will increase the production of microcystis, which can be a highly toxic cyanobacteria, which has a direct and indirect adverse effect on municipal water treatment and supply. It requires additional drinking water treatment and can create a public health risk. We don't know exactly how these changes from the proposed project will affect Stockton's water supply because that information was not included in the EIR or in the change petition or in the petitioner's case in chief. However, based on my knowledge of drinking water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plant operations, it is my opinion that even seemingly small increases in the mass or concentration of various undesirable water quality constituents such as bromide, chloride, electrical conductivity, or microcystis can have an adverse impacts on facility operations that could result in a reduction in the amount or quality of water that we deliver to our customers, force additional treatment, or both. Drinking water treatment and wastewater treatment plant operators must respond promptly to daily changes in conditions in the river. Substantial changes from day to day in the quality of diverted water or influent can have an adverse consequences on the use and discharge of this water. Alteration of delta flow that results in water quality degradation at the city's drinking water intake or point of treated wastewater discharge can negatively impact the city's drinking water system and supply, and also the city's ability to comply with its wastewater discharge permit. The city's water right permit has a condition relating to compliance with Water Code Section 1485, which specifically limits the amount of water that Stockton may divert under that permit to the amount of wastewater discharged from our regional wastewater control facility, which is located about 10 miles upstream on the San Joaquin River. Thus, increases in salinity or other water quality constituents in our source water that lead to increases in our effluent salinity levels may necessitate more vigorous and costly wastewater treatment. On the other hand, diverting effluent away from our San Joaquin River discharge would have a negative impact by limiting our ability to divert that water to supply our drinking water supply plant. Okay, limiting our ability to divert river water to our water supply plant, drinking water supply plant. Any degradation of water quality or loss of surface water supplies at our drinking water plant that might occur as a result of the WaterFix project also creates a risk of injury to the city as a user of groundwater. Groundwater remains a crucial part of the city's water portfolio, but as I stated, a major purpose of the Delta Water Supply Project was to protect our groundwater from increasing overdraft. Also, our groundwater supply is higher in total dissolved solids, or TDS. If the city has to rely more on groundwater due to water quality changes from the WaterFix water rights petition, I would expect groundwater levels to decline and TDS levels in our drinking water supply and subsequently our wastewater discharge would also increase. The city was subjected to considerable scrutiny in obtaining our water rights. We were required to make extensive and significant investments in water quality modeling and mitigation, the cost of which was borne entirely by the businesses and residents of the city. When we applied for our surface water right, we had to resolve every protest issue, including the protests filed by the Department of Water Resources and Reclamation, before we could move forward. The city is simply asking the state board to require that petitioners resolve our protest concerns and impose conditions on the water rights change petition that will protect the city's water supply and wastewater treatment if the petition is to be approved. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Granberg.
Madam Chair, may I just follow up with one clarifying question?
Sure.
Mr. Granberg, during your testimony, you referred to the geographic relationship between the wastewater treatment plant and the drinking water intake. And can you just clarify what that is in terms of what's upstream and what's downstream?
Our wastewater treatment plant is located in the city of Stockton, near the downtown area. And we divert our water supply from the San Joaquin River approximately 10 miles downstream on the San Joaquin River, I'm sorry.
10 miles to the north.
10 miles to the north, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done, Mr. Simmons?
Yeah, yes, thank you. And can we just have a second? As luck would have it, the witness is a bit under the weather this morning.
All right, let me do a quick check. How many parties wish to cross-examine Mr. Granberg? I see 4. All right, then we will go ahead and begin with the Department of Water Resources. And I'll just remind Ms. Ainsley as she's coming up and Mr. Mizell that we have your written objections to some of the exhibits and testimony, Mr. Granberg's testimony in writing. Those are still under consideration, so there is no need to repeat them at this time. Please begin with a time estimate and the topic areas you will be covering.
Thank you very much. Julianne Ainsley for the Department of Water Resources. We actually only have about 3 questions. I think it'll take 5 to 10 minutes at most.
All right, in that case, go ahead and proceed then.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Granberg.
Good morning.
In your testimony, you don't present any analysis by the City of Stockton on the impacts of the California WaterFix on water quality, do you?
It's in my testimony. It's raising a lot of questions and concerns about water quality at our intake that were not addressed.
But the City of Stockton did not perform any independent analysis.
That is correct as far as my testimony is concerned.
And you are the sole witness for the City of Stockton, correct?
That is correct.
And your testimony raises a number of water quality concerns, I understand, one of which is with bromide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you familiar with the recirculated draft EIR?
Yes, I am. To some portions, not the entire document.
Sure. And are you aware that excuse me for a second. Let me find my place. Are you aware that under the alternative 4A, that long-term average bromide concentrations at Buckley Cove are expected to be relatively small, on the order of less than 1%?
Madam Chair, I object to the question for lack of foundation.
Sure.
Number one, that the witness doesn't have the document in front of him and hasn't memorized it. And number two, there's an implied assumption that Buckley Cove is representative of water quality to Stockton drinking water intake, and there's no foundation for that assumption.
Ms. Ansley?
Sure. I'm not actually assuming anything. I'm happy to let him answer as he will. He does raise bromide concerns. He cites to comments to the RDEIR in his testimony. So if I need to ask more questions, I'm happy to, if the witness feels like he needs further clarification.
All right, Ms. Granberg. Mr. Granberg, please answer.
Yes, I am aware that the RDR or EIS did provide information on bromide levels at Buckley Cove, but again, that's not representative of our intake, and that was the focus of our comments on that document.
And are you familiar with the location of Buckley Cove?
Yes, I am.
And that is on the order of 9 to 10 miles from the intakes of City of Stockton?
Approximately, yes.
You also raised concerns regarding microcystis in your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you familiar with the conclusion in the RDEIR, the recirculated draft EIR, regarding microcystis are not expected to have a significant impact under the proposed alternatives relative to the no action alternative?
Not at this point, no.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe Ms. Akoid is next for San Luis Delta Mendota, and by the hand count that I saw earlier, Mr. Herrick will be next, followed by Mr. Keeling. I'm going by your group order. And while Ms. Akoid is setting up, Ms. Meserve, is your second panel ready to go? All right. If necessary, we'll take a short break. Thank you. Ms. Akoid.
Good morning. Rebecca Aykroyd for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Going with your initial questions, approximately 5 minutes, similar line of questions to DWR regarding asserted injury from changes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, Ms. Ainsley briefly asked you regarding your testimony on microcystis. The City of Stockton hasn't done any independent modeling regarding the effect of any changes of residence time on microcystis, has it?
Not for my testimony, no.
And your testimony also includes statements regarding the effect of increased temperatures on algal production, but the City of Stockton hasn't performed any independent modeling on the effect of any potential changes in water temperature from WaterFix.
Not for my testimony, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Akoid. Mr. Herrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Marcus, board members, John Herrick for South Delta Water Agency. I just have like 2 or 3 questions, as everybody else, on a few of the specifics of the potential impacts. Mr. Granberg, to your knowledge, have the petitioners provided any information regarding the impacts on water quality from the California WaterFix at the location of Stockton's intake?
No, they have not.
Have they presented any information with regards to any areas within a mile of the intake?
No, they have not.
Same question with regard to your discharge point for the City of Stockton's wastewater treatment plant. Have they provided any information in the area of the discharge regarding water quality impacts of the California WaterFix?
Not at our wastewater discharge point, no.
Have they provided any information, to your knowledge, within a mile of your discharge point?
No, they have not.
Mr. Granberg, if there are water quality impacts, could that affect the costs of the City of Stockton in the treatment of their water at their intake, or at the plant that takes the water from the intake?
Potentially, yes.
Yes. And without the information of the impacts of the California WaterFix on water quality at or around your intake, are you able to calculate any impacts that will result from additional treatment?
No, I would not.
And I believe you were trying to make the point, I'm not sure it was clear, that if the water quality at your discharge becomes worse, say for EC, due to a change in the source water quality, that may affect the ability and the amount you can discharge into the river. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if it affects the amount you discharge, then that affects the amount you can divert, because you're diverting an amount equal to your discharge, generally speaking.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Mr. Keeling. Anyone else after Mr. Keeling? Okay, not seeing any. Your microphone, Mr. Keeling.
Good morning to the hearing officers and Mr. Granberg.
Good morning.
My name is Tom Keeling, and I represent the San Joaquin County protestants. I have a couple of follow-up questions on Mr. Herrick's cross-examination. He had asked you about contaminants and other materials generally, and I want to go back to your testimony where you mentioned possible impacts to the city's water supply if the WaterFix project, assuming it's approved, were to cause levels of bromide in the city's San Joaquin River water supply to increase. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is it possible that an increase in bromide levels at Stockton's point of diversion would require the city to switch to a new type of drinking water treatment?
Yes, potentially.
If so, do you know what that different type of treatment would be?
Depending upon the levels, we would do the engineering analysis, but one typical method of treatment is granular activated carbon that I'm familiar with.
Is that the most likely form of treatment you would go to?
I would assume so at this point without analyzing it further.
If you know, what would moving to that form of treatment, what additional cost would that impose on the city of Stockton?
It could be substantial. We looked at a similar treatment option for, as opposed to converting to chloramines to reduce disinfection byproducts in our treated water, and it was on the order of 30% or so increase in water rates for our customers. So we opted to go with the chloramine conversion, a much more cost-effective option.
Well, I want to leave bromides then and go to something else you talked about in your testimony, which were chlorides. You noted a concern that the WaterFix, if approved, might result in increased levels of chlorides at the city's intake. What kind of response would the city have if chloride levels did rise at the intake point as a result of the proposed project?
We would have to look at treatment alternatives for reducing that in the treated water, and that treatment may result, or that may result in additional treatment by, we have a membrane plant, so we may have to add on additional membrane treatment, post-filter.
Do you have any idea what that would cost taxpayers?
Additional membrane treatment would likely be in the form of reverse osmosis, and we did look at that for some of our public health goal unregulated contaminants and reported that to council. That could be on the order of a 100 to 200% increase in our water rates for reverse osmosis treatment.
Bear with me for 1 minute. Mr. Granberg, in your direct testimony, if I recall and took notes correctly, you expressed a concern about increased residence times resulting in an increase in the conditions that promote microcystis, which I believe is the neurotoxin from blue-green algae. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Is there, in recent years, has there been an increased problem with microcystis in the Stockton area?
We're not seeing it so much at our intake, but further into the interior of the city, we have had, blue-green algae concentrations, elevated concentrations in the downtown area.
If the residence times are changed and other conditions are changed so as to promote the growth of blue-green algae in the area of the city's intake and the potential for microcystis, what would the city's response be?
Well, we currently pre-ozonate in our drinking water treatment plant. That could be successful in controlling that, but then we run the risk of other byproducts and results from that treatment option. So we may have to look to other treatment alternatives to control that toxin in our treated water.
Thank you, Mr. Granberg. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling. Not seeing any other interest in cross-examination. Mr. Simmons, do you have redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. So at this time, I believe you've concluded your case in chief. You have until noon next Thursday to submit in writing your list of exhibits for the record. We will consider objections also filed and issue a ruling subsequently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Thank you, Mr. Granberg.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Meserve, are your witnesses ready, or do we need to take a short break?
Good morning, OSHA Meserve. Yes, everyone is here. It may take a minute just to get everybody up there and give our slides and whatnot. So,
All right, so let's go ahead and take a short 5-minute break while you do that.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, we are back in session, and I see Mr. Mizell at the podium.
Yes, good morning. Trip Mizell, DWR. I don't believe we ended up resolving the objection to Mr. Tootle's revised PowerPoint presentation last week, and I was wondering if we were going to reach that before his presentation on this panel.
Remind me, please, what,
The original filed PowerPoint consisted of 2 slides with maps that did not contain annotations, and the revised PowerPoint was, I believe, 6 pages with annotations, and it was submitted quite past the deadline.
I believe I made a verbal ruling that surprise direct is not welcome and is not allowed. If Ms. Meserve wished to introduce those exhibits, she may not do it through her declaration, which we also ruled out, but she had several options of introducing it as part of her rebuttal, introducing it now and laying foundation later, or what was the third option?
Part 2.
Oh, yes, go ahead, introduce it and submit it into the record, and we will rule at that time.
Okay, thank you very much for the
Ms.
reminder.
Meserve, at this point, do you have any additional insight into this issue that you wish to share with us?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, OSHA Meserve. What the revised errata 37 has in it is simply reproductions of other materials that are elsewhere in the in our case in chief and within DWR's petition. So, and I believe I didn't hear Mr. Mizell say anything about new information. I guess there's a couple of, descriptive words on the left-hand side of what is there. So I was hoping that Mr. Tootle could present his slideshow just because it's of assistance and it was in line with what you had said orally at the outset of these, that as long as the material is already within the record, that our experts and witnesses are allowed to talk about those things and look at them. So I think, I leave it to you whether he's able to do that, but I believe the issue was different with respect to the error in uploading the correct version of the PowerPoint last week than this issue, which was really just Mr. Tootle preparing something that was a little bit easier to follow and that tied in. And we've also included in the PowerPoint references to where each of the figures came from in errata 37 for land, so that it would be very clear that this is not new material.
So it is your request then to be allowed to proceed to introduce these maps, and then we will rule on the objection as well as on your submitted exhibits at a later time.
That would be my request, yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Meserve. Anything else to add, Mr. Mizell?
Only to comment that it's not the department's view that this is simply a reproduction of the exhibits that were previously in the record, as they are annotated and have call-outs in them. So I just think to the extent that that they are modified, it does represent new material in our minds.
All right, so noted, all of you. I will go ahead and allow Ms. Meserve to continue.
Thank you. First, I will present a brief opening statement, and then we'll move on to the testimony.
Actually, before you do that, let me go ahead and administer the oath to your witnesses. Please stand and raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, yes, I do. Thank you. You may be seated, and Ms. Meserve, you may begin your opening statement.
Thank you. And I believe I'm missing a couple minutes due to Mr. Bogle's policy statement at the end of the day last week.
Thank you for being honest about that.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Hearing Officer, and member of the board. Bogle Vineyards, Diablo Vineyards, Stillwater Orchards, and local agencies of the North Delta, and the Delta Watershed Landowner Coalition are pleased to present this physical injury panel today to you, along with the assistance of San Joaquin County that we have joined in for purposes of presenting this material. And just briefly, local agencies of the North Delta, or LAND, is member agencies cover about 120,000 acres of the Northern Delta. They are made up of reclamation and water districts that provide water delivery and drainage system, and they're very directly affected by this project. The Delta Watershed Landowner Coalition is an affiliation of Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta landowners and water users that are concerned with projects that impact local agriculture and the environment and their water uses. So you heard last week we presented our case in chief jointly with the Ryer Island Focus and Islands Inc. On the salinity injuries. Today we're going to look at some of the most direct impacts of the project on legal users of water. And these entities represented today are actively engaged in agricultural operations in the Delta, and they would be directly harmed by grant of the petition. And they also include agencies and coalitions that would also be harmed. The panel presentation will include, first, we will hear from Russell Van Lobensells, who will discuss the impact on his ranches and from his perspective as chair of the Delta County Farm Bureau Caucus and someone who's been very involved in the development of this project. And he will describe the damages to one of his family's diversions that would occur from construction of intake 2. And he will also talk about the water delivery and drainage systems and used by the individuals and reclamation districts and how they cannot easily be modified as assumed by petitioners in their attempts to avoid injury to, quote, temporarily impacted diversions. You will then hear from Richard Elliott of Stillwater Orchards. He presents the perspective of an operations manager who has both direct and indirect impacts from operation and construction if the proposed diversion points were constructed. He describes also the fate of the Rose Orchard, including its diversion on the Sacramento River under the the footprint of intake 2, should the petition be granted. He also discusses his groundwater wells and how those may be impacted and injured by the project. And that's going to be backed up by the testimony of engineer Joseph Tootle regarding the groundwater impacts. Last, or second to last, we will hear from Daniel Wilson, who provides the perspective of a farming manager with a historic orchard that would be completely destroyed by a proposed intake 2. Though the petitioners list relocation of diversions and turnouts from the sedimentation basins as mitigation, it is difficult to see how these measures would prevent injury when the entire orchard would be destroyed by the intake. And then last, you will hear from engineer Joseph Tootle, a geotechnical engineer with 20 years experience, who will talk about injuries to water users from the proposed new diversions, the tunnels, and the slurry cutoff walls. These project components would interfere with surface and groundwater used in the vicinity of the project, both during and after construction. And Mr. Tootle's testimony is supported by Dr. Robert Pike, who has extensive experience in and outside the Delta addressing special problems in geotechnical, earthquake, and water resource engineering. Just to touch on a few of the issues that our overall case in chief is addressing and that this panel will be touching on in particular. The proposed change is still inadequately described, and from the outset of the petition, Land and other protestants have pointed out these significant holes. The information provided in the case in chief still does not meet the basic requirement. Just as one example, changes in property ownership are still not provided, though the change relies on taking by force hundreds of parcels of private property and water rights. Detailed plans have not been presented for those actions. And the petitioners never acknowledge this plain fact in their materials and instead only refer to permanent or temporary interference with just 15 diversions that are directly under the footprint. The petition has not and must bring forth this basic information. The project information is also misleading in terms of saying that it's going to take during high flows, and yet the engineering report states that the diversion will be designed to take during low flows as well. And just looking briefly at what constitutes injury to legal users of water, for surface water uses, that means that the change in place of use of appropriated water at the new location results in the appropriator using a greater amount of water, or at the new location reduces return flows, and thus reducing the water available or the water quality. And the burden of proof under 1701 and 1702 is on the party seeking permission. I think we heard Cross this morning regarding, whether protestants had done this, had developed this evidence. That's not the burden of the protestants. And then groundwater use, which this panel focuses on. Groundwater is treated the same, is an overlying right, and it is a water use and a water right, the same as a riparian right to appropriate surface water. Thus, injury to groundwater uses would also constitute an injury to legal users of water under 1702 of the Water Code. As we're going to be discussing in detail today, the proposed changes would lead to injury. They would disrupt water delivery and water removal operations, the drainage on the Delta Islands, and the petition is insufficiently detailed to provide an understanding of how the project will interfere with the ongoing ag ops and other rural water systems. Changing groundwater elevations also, either by lowering the water table with pumping for construction dewatering or cutting off the seepage, the underflow, through cutoff walls at the intakes or at the shafts, and also by the tunnels themselves, will have both direct and indirect impacts on Delta homes, farms, and special districts that rely on groundwater in the vicinity of the project. As will be described here today, the construction and operation of the North Delta diversions would block the subsurface flows. The EIR, the draft EIR for this project from 2015 admits that the project would deplete groundwater supplies or interfere with groundwater recharge and would be a significant and unavoidable impact. The EIR also admits that during operations, the project would interfere with agricultural drainage so as to lead to significant and unavoidable impacts. I know the CEQA is a separate process. However, this is important information regarding the petitioner's own conclusions with respect to injury to these water uses. And then the mitigation put forth so far, including the cutoff walls described in DWR 218, does not fix these problems. And as a result of all this interference, the EIR, the draft EIR, also admitted that the project would have significant and unavoidable impacts on agriculture as a result of constructing and operating the proposed water diversion points and conveyance facility. And this is consistent with our own investigations with regard to the direct physical injuries and interference with surface water and groundwater use. So while petitioners frame their request as limited to 3 new points of diversion, in fact, major changes in hydrology of the Delta would result from the petition, worsening water quality and interfering with access to water by legal users. And for many Delta diverters, operations of the new points of diversion would also create permanent drought-like conditions as was described in the salinity panel and will be discussed further in the harmful algal bloom panel later today, because just minimal bypass flows will be left in the Sacramento River. Minimal bypass flows. And in addition to all this, there are inadequate conditions being proposed to prevent legal injury to legal users of water. And despite this, the petitioners claim there will be no injury. But in support of that no injury claim, they provide vague promises to investigate the extent of injury in the future or apply a very broad menu of option to allegedly eliminate injury. Notably, there's been no effort to even identify what water uses would be identified. As I mentioned before, the focus has been on just the 15 diversions under the direct footprint of the project. In conclusion, the petitioners have failed at every turn to provide the information required by law to assess the requested massive changes to the hydrology and the environment of the Delta, including water uses. Starting with an incomplete petition, the proponents of the tunnels plan have still not delivered what is required of any diverting requesting a change before the Water Board. An assessment of this petition should occur in an orderly fashion, applying applicable legal standards. There are no special exceptions for projects that are too big to fail. Instead, the greater the scale of the changes, the more important a careful review and conformance with legal requirements is to protection of the public interest and to legal rights. At this time, we don't believe there are any conditions that could be suggested to prevent injury to legal users of water from grant of the petition. And after hearing all of the evidence, we will respectfully request that the petition be denied. So with that, we will turn to our first witness, who will be Russell Van Lobensels. Notes. Russell, could you please state your name and tell me about your background as a farmer in the Delta, please?
My name is Russell. Mic on?
Press the button.
My name is Russell Van Lobensels. My great-grandfather came to the Delta in 1876 and began farming then. We are farming some of the same property that he farmed at that time. Myself personally, after college, 4 years of college and 3 years in the military, I returned to the farm in 1969 and have been farming in the Delta since that time, so approximately 47 years.
And what leadership positions do you hold relating to your work as a farmer in the Delta?
I'm a vice president and CFO of Amistad Ranches, and I'm vice president and CFO of Esperanza Enterprises. At the time the BDCP was introduced, I was the chair of the Sacramento County Farm Bureau, and at that time we created an organization called the Delta Caucus, which is a combination of all of the Farm Bureau's entities in the Delta in order to address many of the things that were going on in the Delta at that time.
And can you just tell us briefly what reclamation districts do in the Delta?
Most reclamation districts were created in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and their function was to provide flood protection, reclaim the land. And so the primary objectives were build the levees and the drainage systems within those levees to reclaim that land. Some reclamation districts also provided the basic infrastructure for irrigation.
And with respect to your operations, your family operations, about how many diversions does your family operate in the Delta?
We operate somewhere between 10 and 15. Some are direct diversions and some are indirect or duplicate diversions, but 10 to 15 is what we operate.
And what kinds of water rights are associated with these diversions?
Our water rights are based upon patents that are from the 1870s. That's for our pre-1914 right. We are also adjacent to natural water courses, which provides for a riparian right. And then in addition to that, we have contractual rights with the North Delta Water Agency. So those three water rights cover our diversions.
And do you keep your water rights on file with the Water Board as required?
Yes, we do.
Do you believe that the contract with between the North Delta Water Agency and DWR would protect your farm by itself from reductions in water supply or quality caused by the grant of the petition?
The North Delta Water Agency contract was an assurance that was negotiated at the time the peripheral canal was being considered, and it primarily guarantees water quality within the North Delta Water Agency boundaries. It does recognize our right to use water. Every owner of land within that boundary is recognized as a legal diverter of water within that agency.
Does the North Delta Water Agency contract, in your opinion, replace or take away your riparian and pre-1914 rights that are on file with the Water Board?
I would consider it as an augmentation of it, not as a replacement. I believe the pre-1914 and the riparian rights are primary, and the North Delta Water Agency contract is just augments that right.
Do you have concerns about water quality in the North Delta as they relate to the ability to use your existing water diversions?
With these new diversions, any reduction or removal of flow in the Sacramento River in the north part of the Delta will diminish flow downstream of those diversions, and that will result in either increased salinity or in changes in water quality, or reductions in the level of the river, which could impact the efficiency and the ability to operate our diversions.
Can you just briefly explain why you're concerned about the water level, how that would affect efficiency and ability to operate the diversions?
In the 1970s, there were some temporary barriers placed within the river. One of them was at Steamboat Slough, and it reduced the water level downstream from those, and it's a perfect example of what happens. Pumps wouldn't work. They were not in the water anymore. So any reduction in flow downstream of these new diversions will result in some, have to result in some changes in the level of the river, and it's very critical because our pumps, our diversion sites are not designed for what the new flow might be or the new levels might be.
Hold on, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Ainsley?
Hi, Julianne Ainsley for the Department of Water Resources. We were reluctant to stop the flow of Mr. Van Lobensel's testimony, but we'd like to lodge an objection to testimony outside the scope of his direct. We believe that there is no testimony regarding the North Delta contract, and also any testimony regarding temporary barriers. So we will try and minimize these type of objections, but we felt that it was time to lodge one.
Ms. Meserve, your response to that objection?
I'll have to look at the details of that. I've taken note that they're saying it's not in there. I guess, yeah, I think it would be best to work this stuff out at the back end. I'm trying to keep the questions within what's in the testimony, and I apologize if that didn't happen.
Stephanie Morris,
Ms.
State
Morris?
Water Contractors. I would join the objection, and I don't think it's appropriate to wait till the end. If you didn't put the testimony in your written testimony, it's surprise testimony, and it shouldn't be allowed in, and we shouldn't even have to listen through it because it shouldn't become part of the record.
Ms. Meserve, I actually have pulled up Mr. Van Lobensel's testimony right here, and I really do not see it either.
As I believe, one of the things with respect to the contract relates to the water rights, so I think it's generally within. He does talk about impacts to water levels, and then his own personal experience relates to when they put barriers in decades ago and how that affected it. So I think it's within the realm. I would ask that we be allowed to present our case in chief, as others have, without interruption.
Ms. Ainsley?
Respectfully, that even though topically we are talking about his water rights, he did not provide testimony regarding the North Delta contract, so anything he says is essentially new and surprise testimony. I think that the rules are quite clear. I think we could make a lot of tangential sort of connections between his direct testimony, which is on the page, and almost any topic, but I will leave it at that, that he does not list the contract in his discussion of water rights, nor his views on the contract in terms of interpretation.
Mr. Van Lowenfels, are you testifying here today as an expert witness, or are you just offering, not just, but are you offering your expert opinion based on your farming operations?
I'm presenting my information based upon 47 years, which is a long time, and as such, I would say as an expert witness with regards to those issues.
All right.
We have listed in our notice that he is a recipient / expert witness.
If
Ms.
I
Norris?
may quickly, the whole point of direct testimony in writing is to provide the basis. And so just saying experience and not expounding on it, and then now trying to add a whole new line of testimony that we haven't had an opportunity to prepare for cross-examination is, in fact, surprise testimony.
All right. I will sustain the objection. Ms. Meserve, I will ask you to proceed on a different line of questioning.
Yes.
Respectfully, we also obviously moved to strike that testimony. I'm sorry, I didn't say that earlier.
So noted. Thank you. Ms. Meserve?
Okay, I think we talked about your concerns with water quality in the North Delta as they relate to your intakes. Was there anything you wanted to add to what you've already said?
I know that just that any reduction in flow will result in changes downriver, which will affect water levels as well as water quality.
And now, and you have diversions that are right within the vicinity of the proposed petition we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And are you a trustee for a reclamation district?
Yes, I am.
Tell me what a reclamation district and where it's located.
I'm a trustee in Reclamation District 744, which is located in the area of the diversion number 2. Diversion number 2 is located within the boundaries of Reclamation District 744.
And Mr. Long, could you please put up on the screen Land 60? And I think we'll probably need to zoom out a little bit. Now, can you explain to me what did you help develop this figure, Mr. Van Lobenfels?
Yes, I did.
And how, tell me about how this figure was made.
So Reclamation District 744 south boundary is their east boundary, and north boundary is up above, west boundary is the Sacramento River. The green lines you see within on that slide are the backbone of the drainage system for the Reclamation District. The Reclamation District drains back to this point here at Stone Lakes, and that's where we pump water out. So we have basically a drain that comes this way, and then from here it drains down that way and comes back in over here. The drainage system is also used for irrigation, so diversion sites along the Sacramento River, a lot of them pump in directly into those ditches and then are transported throughout the district for repumping onto the land. Onto the land, yeah.
And does this delivery and drainage system, how does it work? Is it by pump or by gravity?
It's by gravity. So for example, the water is pumped from the river into the irrigation district canals, or the drainage, the reclamation district canals. From the point that it enters the canals, it's handled by gravity. There are several different points of where we have flashboard risers, we call them, which will stop the water, hold it, and then it'll drop down to the next level, held there, and then from there be pumped out if it's in excess.
Now, in which of the can you please point out which of the diversions is Amistad Ranch?
So within the footprint of the project, this is Amistad Ranch's diversion. We have other diversions within the district, but this is the one that will be obliterated by the project.
And what kind of produce does Amistad Ranch produce?
Amistad Ranches produces corn, wheat, safflower, alfalfa, tomatoes, wine grapes, and in another location, pears.
Mr. Long, could we put up exhibit DWR 2, slide 21? And I have the excerpt there for you. You can just go from my materials if you want. It's easier. From the flash drive. That top one, the very top. Let's see. So in your opinion, let's scroll down please to slide 21. So there again, can you locate on the map the Amistad Ranch diversion?
It's right there.
So if we scroll up to the first page of this excerpt of the PowerPoint, do you believe that the petitioners, are they claiming that you will be temporarily affected, and is this correct?
That diversion site will probably be permanently affected. Any land that it provides water for outside of the project or further into the project will be permanently affected as well.
And why would it be a permanent impact?
Because it is going to be that pump won't be there. There'll be fish greens there.
But would a replacement diversion hook up to that same distribution system we were looking at in Land 60 and operate?
So a temporary diversion site would have to be placed in a position where it could gravity feed the land that it feeds today. And I don't think there is the capability of doing that, because right in the middle of the district is a high point and it drains each way. That diversion site that will be permanently affected is on what I call the south part of the district, and anything and the diversion site that would replace it would be on the north side of the district, which would gravity feed the wrong way.
So it couldn't, are you saying it wouldn't be able to gravity feed?
That's correct.
Okay, I would like to move on to Land 58 if we could, please. In addition to having diversions within the, if we could just go to the same, well, you can do it from here if you would like, but I have them all on the drive. Okay, so in addition to the diversions from the river, we will turn to groundwater use in the area. Are you familiar with this figure, Mr. Van Lobensel's Land
Yes.
58? And what does it show?
It shows the project area as well as groundwater or wells that serve domestic purposes, basically homes, within the vicinity of the project. As you'll notice, each of those homes, 1, 2, 3, 4, are outside, 5 are outside of the boundaries of the project, but very close to the project. Within Reclamation District 744, there are probably 21 groundwater wells, all serving residences.
Are there also ag wells in the same area?
No.
Now, this Land 58, do you think that it shows all the wells in the area or just some of them?
Just some of them.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. And what's your concern with the wells generally being adjacent to the project proposal?
Well, one of the requirements to build this project is to dewater the construction area. And if you most of these wells are probably 120 to 150 feet deep at the most. And if you dewater the area of construction, those wells will be dewatered as well.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to share with the hearing officers and the members of the board today?
Well, one of my concluding statements in my policy statement to you earlier that was read by my son on one of the first days of this hearing is that I believe that there are more efficient and more practical ways to approach diverting Sacramento River water than building a project such as this. And but my closing statement would be that this project will damage legal water right users from the location of the diversions all the way south throughout the Delta.
Thank you. We will go on to Mr. Richard Elliott. Just grab my other notes.
And Ms. Meserve, I have a note here that you've requested 15 minutes from Mr. Elliott.
Yes.
Okay, I'm checking with the court reporter. We'll take a break after then. Is that okay? All right.
Turn to the right. Okay. Let's see. Could you please state your name and tell us a little bit about your background as a farmer in the Delta, Mr. Elliott?
My name is Richard Elliott. There you go. Hi. My name is Richard Elliott, and our family has been in the Delta since the 1850s. I'm the fifth generation. I'm a graduate from Chico State as ag business. Been farming since I came back from college, and before that, started when I was like 9. So I've been in the farming business all my life, and in the Delta all my life.
And which reclamation districts or other areas of the Delta do you farm?
We farm in Reclamation District number 3, 349, and 755, those reclamation districts.
Is there another area that doesn't have an RD name as well?
Yeah, it's the one where they're putting diversion number 3 in. It's more of it's not a reclamation district, it's run by the county of Sacramento.
And I guess just for, to assist here, can we put up land 7, please? Let's go ahead and, what leadership positions do you hold related to your farming activities in the Delta?
Well, I'm the operation manager of Stillwater Orchards. I'm a partner of the operation. I belong to a number of grower groups, the California Pear Association and the California Fresh Fruit Association, and other groups.
And why did you choose to participate in this proceeding today?
Because we're, we care about the Delta. We've been living in the Delta all our lives. We make our living off the Delta. And we believe of ourselves as caretakers of the Delta. And we've done a pretty good job for a long, long time, and we're very concerned of what this project will do for the future of the Delta. So that's why we're here, or why
How
I'm
many
here.
acres in the Delta are you involved with farming or managing?
We farm 1,500 acres.
And what kind of produce does Stillwater Orchards produce, and where's that sold?
We grow, our main varieties, our commodity is pears, and we grow about 10 different varieties. We also grow cherries, kiwis, apples. And we're not only growers, we're packers, so we pack all our own fruit. And then we also do all our own sales. And the fruit goes all over the United States, all over pretty much, we ship South America, Canada, Mexico, and all the restaurants around Sacramento locally, retailers locally.
And with respect to your operations, we do have Land 7 up here. What does this figure show on it in terms of your operations?
You want all of them, or?
Oh, well, just in general, thank you.
Okay. Well, this is where the diversion that's going to affect us right here. This one, we grow all the way down the Sacramento River, and even south. We have some south of this where it doesn't go. All those little triangles are diversions that we have. We have about 10 diversions that I think we're showing there, and we have total 15 diversions. So, and the other thing is you can notice is that when our family has always bought property along the Sacramento River and Steamboat, and always by a river, because we believe in the water rights of riparian very much.
And what kind of water rights do you believe you hold?
I believe we have the pre-1914 water rights, the riparian water rights, and the North Delta Water Agency water rights.
And are these water rights reflected in materials on file with the Water Board?
Yes, they are.
Now, currently, are you able to divert water to irrigate your orchards and crops at any time you feel the orchards need irrigation?
Yes, we do.
Do you ever, at this time, have to be concerned about the water quality not being adequate for irrigation?
At this time, no. We've never, the water where we are located has always been fairly good quality water.
And what are your concerns about water quality in the Delta if the points of diversion were located in the areas shown on this figure, the new ones?
Well, if these diversions here, everything south of here, of those diversions are going to be affected, and I believe that we'll have water levels, difference in water level, and of the quality of the water, and maybe even I believe reverse flows.
And what kinds of diversions does your operation use?
These are all direct diversions out of the Sacramento River and Steamboat and Sutter Sloughs. They're all not siphon, but they're pressure pumps. So they have to be. So you siphon the water, and then you have to use pressure pumps to pump it. So they're not direct siphon pumps.
And okay. Now let's go ahead and look at Exhibit DWR 2, slide 22, if we could. And that's in that same excerpt we were looking at before, if that's easier, at the top. At the very top of the list. So if we could just scroll down to slide 22. This is the footprint shown for diversion, what's called diversion number 3 of the proposal. Can you show me where your diversion is on this map?
Okay, our diversion for this property is right there.
And what is that property? What do you call that?
We call this our Rose Orchard property. It's a Rose Orchard.
And why do you call it Rose Ranch?
Well, we used to own a piece of property in West Sacramento, and we called that one Rose, and that was actually taken over by developers, by the eminent domain on a freeway that went through it. So we lost that ranch, and then we bought that ranch with that.
All right, please hold on. Mr. Herrick?
Yes, John Herrick, South Delta Water Agency. I just want to say at times here, the witnesses are saying here on the maps, which doesn't reflect in the record. So if we could just have some slight description of, like the S number next to the left of this or something like that, just so we can see.
Very
later.
good point, Mr. Herrick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe that you could just go ahead and read the S number that we're talking about that's associated with Rose Ranch.
Okay,
You can see it.
I can't see that far.
Let me just ask you.
I see it. Okay, so I'm talking about S016915 version.
Okay. And I will point out for the record also that on page 2 of Mr. Elliott's testimony, there's a typo with respect to the diversion number, and we will correct that in an errata, but that is the very same diversion. Okay, now what does Rose Ranch produce?
Rose Ranch produces, it produces pears. It has our Bosque pears, our Haley red pears, a number of varieties of cherries. It has Fuji and Gala apples. So it's all planted in tree crops.
And scrolling up to slide 19, if we could, please. What's your understanding, Mr. Elliott, of what's being proposed by petitioners with respect to the Rose Ranch diversion? Let me ask you it this way. Is this considered a temporary impact or a permanent impact?
They're going to remove the, with the diversion that they're going to be putting in, I will lose permanently my ability to pump water out of the Sacramento River. So my diversion will be gone permanently.
In your view, Mr. Elliott, is this indeed a temporary impact on your diversion and your operations and use of water?
No, I don't believe it's temporary. I believe it's a permanent loss.
Could we look at land 57, please?
Just for the record, that last slide was DWR2 errata.
Oh, thank you. And that's what I did excerpt it from. Let's see. So let's, if we need to zoom out on this, can you show me again on this figure? I'm sorry, is this labeled correctly? Okay. This is of diversion 2. Can you show me again where the Rose Ranch is located on this figure, please?
It's not on that map yet. On this? Well, it's going to be
Under diversion. Okay, scroll down if you would to diversion 3.
there. It is.
There we go. If you could just show, this is a better picture, where the Rose Ranch is located here, please.
Okay, the Rose Ranch it's kind of in this area here.
And could you describe what you're pointing at for the record?
Okay, I am pointing at the boundaries of the of Rose Orchard, and it runs along and goes down to the back slough here, comes across. This is a railroad track, comes across, goes to the Sacramento River, runs along. There's a diversion right there. The shop, a little house, is located right there, and the driveway to get to the property is right there.
Now, if you could just describe how this picture shows sort of generally what part of Rose Ranch would be taken, how would that interfere with your operations and uses of water at Rose Ranch?
Well, the way the system works is that we have a diversion in this location here, and it's a main line that goes through the middle and irrigates all this.
When you say here, where do you mean?
I mean at the diversion point that I stated before,
On the Sacramento River.
Sacramento River.
Difficulty, Madam Hearing Officers, that words like here and this will not mean a thing on the written record. So we need to reference those with something, some physical aspect of the slide. For example, the bulge out at the center left-hand side, the bulge into the river might have been a reference.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling.
Okay.
Very helpful for a Stanford guy.
Yeah, it's all right, huh? Okay. So is there anything else regarding Rose Ranch that you wanted to say? I'm not sure if you were finished.
Well, we're going to talk, I wanted to talk about the wells that are out here. I have one well that's right there. And I
Okay,
have
hang
another-
on
And
one
right
second.
there is,
Let's go ahead and show land 58 if we could, Mr. Long, and I think that will assist. And let's try to use descriptive terms, Mr. Elliott, if we can.
And what page of Land 57 was that?
This was page 2. There's 3
Thank you.
figures together. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we're looking again at land 58. And if you could describe, Mr. Elliott, in general, what this shows.
Okay. It's showing our Rose Ranch location, and it's showing
Which
boundaries.
is where, under which intake proposed by the project?
It's showing intake number 3.
Okay. And the little green marks on there, what do those show?
The little green marks are showing the wells that are on our property and other properties along the area where the project is going to be.
And do you have any idea, just as an estimate, how many groundwater wells may be in the area shown on this map, which is including both intake 2 and 3 as numbered by the petitioners?
I would say right now it's showing 12, but there's quite a few more. There's one in this location by the Sacramento River. It's a domestic well.
Is that on the Rose Ranch, Mr. Elliott?
Oh, that's on the Rose Ranch, yeah.
And then if we could talk about the well marked as W12, is that also on Rose Ranch?
W12 is right there. That's on the Rose Ranch.
And is that an agricultural well?
That is an agricultural well.
And what do you use that water for?
We use it for irrigating and also for watering, using it to water roads and spray outlets. For spraying, filling sprayers. Okay.
Okay. And what is your concern about the operation of these wells if the tunnels and intakes and associated facilities would be built?
Our concern is as they dewater the area, even though we're outside the boundaries on W12, I'm not sure we know where that is being supplied. It could be they could be shutting off the water that is coming the aquifer that I'm using to use that well. So that's our concern is what happens when they start the dewatering process.
And did you have other construction-related concerns during the extended construction period that it would take to build this project?
Yeah. In our experience with our Rose ranch that was in West Sacramento. Once the freeway went through and it became very hard to farm. We had crews out there. Certain days we couldn't spray our necessary sprays. We couldn't irrigate because it became a real problem to just farm next to a work site. So that's one of our concerns. The drainage of the whatever is going to be left. There's tiles and drainage. We don't know the effect and how that's going to be. We feel we're going to be affected and damaged at that point because the drainage, if you look at this line right here, Hood is drained, the town of Hood is drained through here on a canal. It goes through our property, goes down and goes over here and is everything, all the water is deployed into the slough over here. This will be all affected, the drainage from coming from Hood.
Excuse me, I'll move on to, I think.
Well, let's let the record reflect that the laser pointer that was doing part of the testimony at that moment was directed to the bottom center quarter portion of this slide.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling.
Okay, and just to get to mention something that, were you also concerned about the ability to get your produce to market in terms of access?
Yes, we're during the harvest time. I don't know what to expect with traffic and trucks being stopped and things like that. But it's very important that we have a timely manner to get trucks in and trucks out. We feel that that the trucks, we could lose market share business and have a problem with maybe losing some of our markets through the fact that we can't get the retailers' trucks in and out of the Delta fast enough. And so they'll go somewhere else.
Thank you. Hold on a second, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Ainsley?
Julianne Ainsley for the Department of Water Resources. Just respectfully, we'd like to lodge an objection here for the record that we find no testimony concerning alleged impacts to drainage in Mr. Elliott's testimony. In addition, we find testimony concerning one well not identified by number. Thank you.
Ms. Meserve responds for the record.
I believe that his testimony goes into the fact that he, works on the water delivery and drainage is sort of two sides of the same coin in the Delta. So I believe it's encompassed. I will take a look at that for purposes of submitting the evidence at the end of the process.
That's not necessary. There is enough of a linkage there, in my opinion. So objection overruled. Proceed, Ms. Meserve.
Okay. Just with respect to the Rose Ranch briefly, what other concerns do you have in terms of the portion of ground and the diversion that would be under the footprint that could be taken by this project if it was approved?
On our Rose Ranch, if you look at diversion 3, it's going to cut that branch in half, and it's going to not allow me to have access to the river. And so if we're left with the partial property to the east and not have access to the river, we have lost our riparian water rights to that parcel. And that's, to us, since we've always figured that was one of our most important water rights, we feel that that will be a big impact.
And in terms
of the quality of the land, how would you compare the part that's proposed to be taken by the intake 3 versus the part that you might have left?
Well, everybody knows in the farming community that the property that's right along the Sacramento River is the best ground. As you go away from the river, the ground gets it gets clayer, and it's not as good. So I'm losing the best part of the ranch.
And do you think that if a replacement diversion could be provided, that the rest of the orchard could be viable?
I believe you could irrigate it and take care of it, but I don't know if it's going to be economic because you're taking a big chunk of the best ground. The piece works as a whole right now because you have good areas and you have bad areas. But as you cut it up and take the best, the bads, what's left is not going to be economically possible.
Thank you. Now, is there anything else you'd like to add to your testimony before you conclude, Mr. Elliott?
Fine, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Elliott. Before we take our break, though, I need to correct something I said earlier, which unfortunately is not going to be in your interest, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Heinrich has refreshed my memory that your initial exhibit, Land 37, which was Mr. Toodle's PowerPoint, was actually the one that consisted of 2 maps. And your revised Land 37 was the more extensive PowerPoint instead of the other way around, which was what I was thinking of this morning. So to be consistent with our ruling last week with respect to Mr. Ringelberg, I'm hereby directing you in conducting your direct of Mr. Tootle to stick with the initial submission that was made.
Just to be clear, in case there's any lack of clarity, does it matter that, like, for instance, that there's 2 slides and then it goes to DWR 212, page 55? So it's just a replication of something in the record already, and then...
No, I'm sorry, hold on, slow down, Ms. Meserve. To what are you referring? I have Land 37 and I have
Errata.
Land 37 revised.
Right. I'm referring to the errata, and I guess I'm just pointing out, I mean, I can have Mr. Long jump around and find these things, but I guess it would be nice to just be able to go through it because, like I said, the 3rd page is just DWR 212, page 55. The next page is just the figure from the slurry cutoff walls in DWR 218. And then the next page is just the land 58 that we've been looking at in another map that came out of DWR's case in chief. So, I mean,
I know, and I appreciate that you're trying to be helpful with this late submission in order to guide the direct testimony. My concern is, given the number of parties involved, the potential for numerous late submissions of PowerPoint is something I want to discourage. That's why we have the deadlines to begin with. And I do appreciate the intent was to be helpful, but just to be consistent, I'm going to ask you to stick with what was initially submitted.
okay.
Thank you. With that, we will take our 15-minute break and we will resume at, that clock is wrong. We will resume at 11 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. It is 11 o'clock. We are back in session. Ms. Meserve, please move to your next witness.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I think I might have skipped over an important item. Just to clarify, Mr. Elliott, is land 25 a true and correct copy of your testimony? Land, you thought you were done, huh? I'll come back to you. Mr. Van Lobensals, is land 30 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
I think
Thank
it's a
you.
very good sign that he checked and not just immediately answer.
That's right. Now, we'll go ahead and move on to Mr. Daniel Wilson, who is our third witness today. Mr. Wilson, is land 20 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if we could look at DWR2 errata slide 21 again, Mr. Long? And slide down, yeah, 21. And Mr. Wilson, can you show me on this figure where your property is located?
My property is located about the center of the illustration, intake 2 diversions. It is near SO 19377, which is a diversion point that's there for a small parcel. It's assessor's parcel number 132-0010-0010, commonly referred to as the Snook Ranch. Snook Ranch, S-N-O-O-K.
Okay. And now looking at land 57 and the intake 2 figure. I'll ask you to identify your property on that same figure that we were looking at before, please, once it comes up.
Yes, our property is, again, about the middle of the exhibit, and it's the same assessor's parcel number ending with 002.
Thank you. Now, if we could pull up land 69, and I have the excerpt, but if you have to scroll through from the web page, it will be page 91. Now, looking at this page of the property acquisition plan for the Delta Habitat Conveyance Program, can you see your APN number on page 91?
I saw it go by a couple times. It's at the top of the
I'm
page.
sorry, I believe it might be PDF page 91.
Okay, stop.
Thank you.
It's the top number, again, the assessor parcel number ending 002, transmission line, the first entry there, that is our property. And it's a substation and an intake work area. And there, yes, there is a single family residence, but it's on a smaller, different parcel.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, why don't you go ahead and provide a summary of your testimony, and then I'll have a couple follow-up questions for you at the end of that.
Okay, my name is Daniel Wilson. I graduated Davis with an engineering degree in mechanical engineering. I've been involved with farming and water and floods all my life. I sit or have sat on several reclamation districts over the years and dealt with a lot of these issues. I am a 6th-generation farmer. And I also run a farm management company, and we are responsible for maintaining and reporting on about 50 to 60 water diversions in the Delta. I also manage the only grain facility in Isleton in the middle of the Delta. On a personal note, got very interested in this project when the original plan had designated our farm as a muck pit site and my house as a muck pit site. Muck pit, M-U-C-K pit, which is essentially where the muck is placed that comes out of the tunnel. That got me focused on this project and its impact on the Delta. The configuration has since been moved, I think in part because of me pointing out that it's probably a bad spot to put it. The three things that are focusing my attention here is one is parcel 132.001.002 is completely and totally destroyed. It's been in my family for 3 generations. And, you know, that's a pretty obvious physical harm. It's also equally obvious to me that the 50, 60 diversions that I'm responsible for will be negatively impacted by lower head levels, and various studies have been done by the DWR and other folks that show that it will be at least a foot or perhaps 2 feet when the thing is fired up full blast. And that will stop siphons from running, and that will stop turbine pumps from running correctly, and it will impact our ability to irrigate. In a little more vague world, the effects on salinity, to me, are sort of obvious. I've done some modeling of things for flood control, not for low flow, but it's pretty clear to me that if you divert 9,000 cubic feet a second up in Sacramento, it's going to cause backflow and salinity intrusion too. And we farm all the way from the northern intake to sort of the middle of Grand Island, so we're affected all along the line there in various degrees. The example of the salt dams were brought up, and that's where we as Delta people have seen a clear example of this kind of situation handling. There's been a lot of discussion that the regulations will protect us from fish flows and salinity flows and this and that, but there's a general feeling that if the DWR has the ability to make water move backwards, they'll ultimately use it despite the regulations. That's kind of the attitude that we've had since the peripheral canal, that if the plumbing exists to suck the water backwards, it will happen. I guess I would wrap it up that my main reason for being here is very specific, that our orchard up in the northern part of the Delta at intake number 2 will be completely and thoroughly destroyed. Having a temporary diversion to take care of that is not even relevant to us because the orchard will not exist anymore. So I would class that as a permanent damage. I think that pretty much summarizes my testimony.
Mr. Wilson, could you tell us what produce is grown at Snook Ranch?
It's a diversified pear operation. It has Bartlett pears, Boss pears, a couple varieties of red pears. We run a packing facility, and we have to be able to provide different varieties of pears at different times of the year, very similar to the Elliott operation. And it is a kind of a key piece of property to provide these different types of pears.
Could we have a land 57 on the overhead, please? On the first page. So just to clarify, Mr. Wilson, can you point out and use your words to show?
Use my words.
Sorry, we've already identified your parcel here. I guess the question is just if it's the parcel ending in 0002, so would any part of your orchard be left at Snook Ranch if diversion number 2 was constructed?
No, if you look at the way the drawing is done, and several other drawings I've seen, the entire parcel, the entire Snook Ranch parcel 002 will be obliterated. An earlier iteration of this, when they were not gravity, they were just pumps. The actual physical pumps were on that property. So it's my belief that that property is dead center to intake number 2.
And would you consider that to be an injury to your water uses if that all occurred?
Yes, I mean, I would have no water use up there because I wouldn't exist anymore, but I guess that's pretty much an injury.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your testimony?
No, I think I would be inclined to reiterate what we've all said, that we all feel there's more practical ways to do this, and we've been sort of wrestling with this issue for 30, 40 years, and we'll continue to as long as we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will move on to our expert witness, Joe Tootle. And let's see. So, Mr. Tootle, have you reviewed Land 36, your statement of qualifications?
Yes, I have.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
Is it an accurate statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Can you explain just in a little bit more detail what you believe your qualifications are to opine on the injury to water users from this proposal?
Was a licensed civil and geotechnical engineer. I've been practicing for over 20 years in Northern California, primarily in San Francisco Bay Area and the Central Valley of California. Over my career, I've had the great fortune to work on many projects, both small and very large, both private development projects as well as public infrastructure projects. It's also been my great privilege to have seen the vast majority of those projects move into construction. So I've worked on both the design and then seen them being built, and have watched them be relatively successful in their performance. And it's really that experience watching a project go from design to construction where I've gained a very great respect for the potential variability that exists under the ground, particularly these projects that have large subsurface components to them, where you do large amounts of design level exploration to figure out what is in the subsurface, and even with very intensive subsurface explorations, the changes that you encounter are very great, and oftentimes humble you as an engineer, and you need to adapt your designs to accommodate those. So this project is no different in my perspective. It's a very large, below grade project that's going to include lots of earthwork, and the potential variability of the subsurface soils is great in my opinion, and the amount of data collected so far is very small. There's not very much data to, in my opinion, reach some of the conclusions that I think the project proponents have.
Mr. Tootle, before we get too far into that, is Land 35 a true and correct copy of your written testimony submitted here? It's revised?
Yes, it is.
Have you reviewed the land exhibits submitted in connection with your testimony, including Land 58, 59, and 65?
I have.
And are those exhibits true and correct copies of the documents you used or relied on in forming your opinions in this matter?
They are.
If maybe we could just pull up Land 58, the Sac County Wells map for a moment. And if you could just describe for us, just very briefly, why you believe this map is relevant and reliable enough to rely on for your testimony.
Well, the locations of the wells on this map, based on the discussions I've had with multiple parties, relied on many sources, both users of the groundwater, either domestic and or irrigation, as well as contractors that have been hired to install these facilities, as well as just general understanding of the civil works of the area. For example, if there is a residence that is that is using water and is not on a municipal water system, the logical conclusion is that they're using a domestic water well. And so these locations represent some of the wells that are being used in this particular location that have the potential to be negatively impacted by this project.
And then if we could just pull up the Land 59, is there anything that you would want to add with respect to the figures that were prepared to show examples of San Joaquin County groundwater wells in relation to the project?
The data sources are similar in nature, although San Joaquin County, some of these maps, they do have a permitting process through the county health department, where they do have records of latitude and longitude or APN numbers for wells. So in addition to the other sources of information I referenced, some of these San Joaquin County maps relied on some of those databases to collect the well locations.
And do you know, can you explain why the wells, why the San Joaquin County and Sac County representative well maps focus on the areas around the tunnels?
I think the intent of the maps that show wells in close proximity to the project, both the tunnels as well as the intake structures and other components of the project, will go to demonstrate that the proximity of the wells to these projects is what could result in the injury to the users of those water wells if the project is constructed as proposed.
And now just looking briefly at another source that you used, Land 65, is that volume 2 of the conceptual engineering report for the project?
Wait for Mr. Long to pull it up.
Too big. Yeah. As an alternative, we could look at Land 2 as an excerpt. Oh, okay. Is this the document that you used in your?
Yes, it is.
And why did you think that the map book from the conceptual engineering report would be relevant?
I think it provides a lot of relevant geotechnical information to the project and provides the information that I relied on to form my opinions as a geotechnical engineer.
Let's see. Now, in terms of the other maps that were prepared as figures, rather, that were prepared as part of this case in chief by BSK, including Land 3, 4, 5, 7, and 57, are these the kind of diagrams that you generally see in your work and rely on to make assessments about impacts and other matters?
They're representative, yes.
Did you find anything, did you feel that they had adequate foundation and were prepared in the typical course of business for engineering or practice in terms of being a conceptual rendering?
I think some of the subsurface data is less than what I typically see when you prepare some conceptual or preliminary drawings. But as a geotechnical engineer, we typically like to always see more subsurface data than less. So that was one thing I did note, that it lacked a lot of that information. I did note, yeah.
But as an example of what might be there, did you find it instructive at all?
Yes, I think it gave a very basic concept of what could be there.
Do you believe that the wells shown in Land 58 and 59, do you, in your experience, do you believe that's all the wells in the area or just a sample?
Based on my experience, it is very likely only a sample. I think it's very likely that there's a lot more wells out there than are just shown on those exhibits. And I don't believe the intent of those exhibits would be an exhaustive presentation of all the wells in the area.
Thank you. And now if you could just go ahead and proceed with your testimony using the exhibits and not the errata PowerPoint, please.
Sure, and I guess I'd just start off by saying the intent of the errata wasn't to introduce new testimony as much as it was to take existing information and put it in a concise format out of respect for the time of this panel. But I think if we could pull up page 25 from DWR 212, it might help. So I thought I'd take a few minutes, even though I know the panel is very knowledgeable of the project, just to describe a few components of the project as they're relevant to the context of the testimony I provided, although I'll try not to go too fast out of respect for the court reporter.
And before you proceed, Mr. Tudor, Ms. Meserve had requested a total of 1 hour and 20 minutes for her direct. You're about to run out of the first hour. I assume you still would like that additional 20 minutes from Mr. Tudor?
I had put an hour and 23 minutes, it looks like what it added up to. But yes, I think I had marked 30 minutes for Mr. Tootle, and we will try to proceed, quickly to get
All
through
right,
his testimony.
let's go ahead and put some an additional 20 minutes for Ms. Meserve.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's possible to scroll down so that the entire alignment is on the screen, but obviously the project has several components, but it includes several intakes. In the northern reaches of the project, relatively small diameter and relatively shallow tunnels that lead from the intakes to a forebay, and then relatively deeper, relatively larger diameter tunnels that proceed south through a series of vertical shafts to Clifton Court forebay. So many of these components are intended to be constructed in the dry, meaning that the groundwater will be lowered in order to facilitate the construction. Some of these components, like the intakes and the shafts, are those examples. The tunnel itself is anticipated to be constructed essentially in the wet. And so the construction techniques are obviously different for those two types of construction. When you go to build a structure that's below grade and below the groundwater table, and you want to do it in the dry, you obviously have to remove that water, and so that's what the project was proposing. When you do that, you end up not just drawing down the water at the construction site, but beyond the footprint of the construction site, which will have definite impacts on wells that are close by and injure those users. To prevent that injury, the project did in later stages add slurry cutoff walls around the perimeter of these work sites. Slurry cutoff walls are a relatively common technique to prevent the groundwater from being drawn down outside the construction site. They're vertical barriers to horizontal groundwater flow, and they do work very effectively if they're constructed properly. But one thing that appeared to be overlooked when I looked at the documentation was that these structures are permanent structures. They're being put in place to prevent a temporary construction phase impact, although they will remain in the ground and will remain as horizontal barriers or barriers to horizontal groundwater flow following construction of the project. And that's relevant when you look at the complexity of the subsurface soils and how those barriers are likely to injure adjacent water users. The tunnels themselves, like I said, would be constructed essentially in the wet. There are no slurry cutoff walls proposed there, but particularly the southern tunnel, it's a very large diameter tunnel. Wells in the adjacent vicinity are screened at the depth that the tunnel will be constructed at, and the tunnel is going to be impermeable. It's a concrete structure. So it will act as a permanent barrier to horizontal groundwater flow within the footprint and depth of the tunnel itself. I think if you were to go to, I think, Land Exhibit 40, I'll try and explain why some of these features are likely to injure adjacent users of water. So the exhibit that should be coming up is a geologic map prepared by the U.S. Geological Survey. It's in an area, I guess it's going to be, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the page number. You might have to go to maybe page 20. It might take us a while to get there. It's labeled Baldwin Island.
Just for clarification, Mr. Tootle, we can use the original PowerPoint, which included this map to Land 37.
Oh, yeah,
But if
if there's an easier way to get to it.
Not revised.
Don't look at this. Here we go. It might be a little hard to see at this scale, but the intent of the geologic map was to present the complex nature of the deposits at the ground surface. You can see the distributary channel nature of the area. You have a lot of meandering channels that cut through the ground surface. These types of maps are generally prepared through historical aerial photograph review and confirmation on the ground of what the geologists observe in the aerial photographs. And so there's obviously the active channels that you can see on the surface, these squiggly lines that are all over the map are the channels as they are approximately exist today. Although you can see dashed lines in many locations where former historic channels used to be located that are now filled in and abandoned either through natural processes or sometimes even man-made processes. And so the nature of the deposition of the soils is very erratic, very random, not at all linear like the proposed project that's going to cut across all these highly variable deposits. So as I said, this map looks at the ground surface and the near surface. And so really only it represents maybe the last few thousand years of the most recent active Holocene period. So it gives you a little bit of insight of how complex the near surface may be, but the subsurface is also oftentimes just as complex or even more complex. You can see on this map that there's what appear to be small little islands of different deposits, in a sea of a surrounding deposit. So on this particular map page, these little circles, many of them represent what are called aeolian deposits. They're wind-blown sand deposits, essentially dune sands. And they appear to be little dots here, but when they were deposited, it was during the last glacial advance. So when that occurred, tens and hundreds of thousands of years ago, when it was at its maximum, the sea level was about 300 feet lower than it is. So this was not an area inundated, by waters from the Pacific Ocean. It was dry. There was dune sands blowing across the plain at the time. You did still have channels moving through here. But when the sea levels rose, as the glaciers melted, these more clayey deposits started to fill in around these dune sands. So not only do you have complex reworking of the deposits because of the meandering distributary channels, but then you also have these complex subsurface structures of dune sand surrounded by more marshy deposits. That's very significant in that the sand is relatively clean and highly permeable. It has a high hydraulic conductivity. The soils around it are more clayey in nature, generally speaking, and so their hydraulic conductivity is oftentimes several orders of magnitude lower than the aeolian deposits, which means that water will move through the sand at a rate that's hundreds or even thousands of times faster or more easier than the other deposits. And so if your well screen is in one of these sandier deposits, it could be surrounded by clayier deposits, and the nature the geometry of those deposits are highly complex and can easily be altered by whatever below grade structures may be buried in their proximity. So if you go to, which would have been, I think, the next slide in this exhibit. I think it was Land 41.
I believe it's just in this same
Is it in the
exhibit.
same document?
Scroll down. If we could go back to the PowerPoint, please, it's going to save time.
No, yeah, it would, if that's on the next page.
Yes.
Go back to Land 37, the original. Land 37.
It's where we just were, yeah.
Is there page 2? Oh, here we go. So these illustrations were developed in reference to a delta system that isn't the San Joaquin Delta, but the geological depositional processes are very similar to what's in the San Joaquin Delta. So the intent of these illustrations were to give some insight into not just the complexity of the ground surface, but the complexity of the soils in the subsurface. So you can see on the exhibit in the upper left-hand corner, it's demonstrating how distributary channels start to form, and then how they mature in the exhibit below. And what's important to look at here, they have different deposits that are labeled, they have various labels on them. When you look at these deposits, it's good to imagine that they'll have various abilities to transmit water. Some have very high hydraulic conductivity, some have very low hydraulic conductivities. So these soil deposits get laid down, they get reworked with time over thousands of years, and their initial shapes and geographic distribution are often changed and intermixed. In the illustration to the right, kind of demonstrates how these historic channels that we talked about on the previous exhibit can get cut off with time, and you end up with very dramatic and very sharp variations in material type. So you can transition very quickly from a high permeability soil into a low permeability soil, and the ability for water to move across those horizons is very difficult. And so whenever you take a very linear project and insert it through a very complex nonlinear subsurface condition like this, you will disrupt the flow of groundwater that exists before the project. It's practically inevitable. What the ultimate resulting injuries of that disruption will be are hard to tell. They're hard to predict, even with large quantities of data. Large quantities of data don't currently exist for this project, so to quantify the exact injury that could result is difficult, but to conclude that there is no injury is almost impossible in my opinion. So if you go to, I believe, page 55 of DWR 212, it should be a profile along the alignment of the project, a profile taken in the same proximity of the geologic map that we looked at a few slides earlier. And the exhibit does have some soil boring logs on it. The horizontal scale, it's good to note, has been compressed, so or the vertical scale has been exaggerated, so that you can fit a lot of information on one sheet. But again, when you look at this exhibit and you concentrate on where the tunnel alignment's going to be, you can see that between these borings, there's very little consistency in the types of soils that you see. So the colors that you see on here, the blues and the greens represent the clayier, kind of finer grain deposits that have low hydraulic conductivities. The yellow colors represent soils that have high hydraulic conductivities. And so when you're trying to construct a well, either for domestic or irrigation purposes, your goal is to get your screened interval in these yellow zones, because that's where the screened interval of the well, the location of the well that will draw the water into the well to be used. You want that to be in these more permeable layers so that your well will produce suitable quantities of water. And as you can see, this alignment is going to cut across widely varying types of soil. And as I tried to depict in the previous illustrations, the variation isn't just linear along this alignment, but is in and out of the page as well. So if your well screen happens to be in a highly permeable zone that is in a former channel that got cut off by a stream meandering thousands of years ago, a linear project could cut that off and drastically reduce the quantity of water that could be coming out of that well, even alter the quality of the water coming out of that well, and it's a very difficult thing to predict. If you go to page 8 of DWR 218, The slurry wall proposal that's part of the project is illustrated in that figure. I think it was intended to demonstrate how slurry walls would reduce potential construction phase impacts, but again, didn't speak to permittive impacts when those slurry walls are left behind following construction of the project.
What page? Mr. Tootle?
Page 8, this is the one I was talking about. So this is the figure there at the bottom. I guess we can look at the one in the middle first. So that's a demonstration of what would happen when you dewater a project site to construct it. You put a dewatering well in place, it draws the groundwater down, allows the construction to proceed in the dry, as I said earlier, but it has wide-ranging impacts on adjacent water users and would injure their ability to use the water like they did before the project. So introducing slurry cutoff walls, which is being proposed, as is illustrated in the bottom figure, it does prevent this, and it does a very effective job if they're constructed properly. So this illustration shows slurry cutoff walls penetrating in through the permeable layer into an impermeable layer. And when it's constructed like that, it will effectively reduce any practical or significant transmission of water across that vertical boundary, and allows you to do your construction within the perimeter of those walls in the dry and not injure people on the other side, assuming that your work site is a homogeneous, isotropic, infinite half space, as is shown in this figure. So this figure assumes sand that stretches across the page and in and out of the page, and an impermeable layer that's at the bottom. What's that? An impermeable layer. And so once the project was constructed, if you had your irrigation well or your domestic well on this side and your water was being drawn from this direction, in this illustration, the intent is the water could just flow around the project site and still get to your wall, and the water user not be injured. And in an idealized world, that would be true. However, the subsurface conditions along this project are not idealized. They're highly complex and highly variable. And so the conclusions drawn in this paper represent the assumptions of this paper, but in my opinion, don't represent the realities of the project. And then finally, we had been looking at land 58, I believe. So for consistency, we could go back to that exhibit possibly. Or maybe it was 59, I lost track. Apologize for the jumping around.
No, you did try to be helpful, but it was a bit too late.
Yeah, so back to this exhibit. So before getting an understanding of how complex the subsurface soils are throughout the San Joaquin Delta, it may appear that the project wouldn't injure these water users that are represented by these well locations. However, it's without a very detailed understanding of what the subsurface stratigraphy is, and subsurface stratigraphy, it's almost impossible to know. And in my experience, given the high variability of the soils in this area, it's very likely that these water users will be injured. These below grade structures are going to alter the way that the water flows through the subsurface in the pre-project condition. I think it's inevitable. And to conclude there is no injury, I think is a large oversight.
If I might just have a couple more minutes with Mr. Tootle, and then I need to authenticate Mr. Pikes, and then so we will wrap up.
All right, proceed, please.
Thanks. If we could pull up Land 2 briefly, which is a small file, thankfully. I'm going to show you, Mr. Tootle, a cross-section from the conceptual engineering report map book. And you had said earlier, you were explaining why the depth of the well and the depth of the tunnel mattered in terms of your analysis. And I was just wondering if you could explain that in terms of with using this figure.
Yeah, so as I said, the irrigation and domestic wells have screened intervals that are intended to intercept those highly permeable layers. And that's where they draw the water in from. And so when the screen interval of the well is in the same depth range as the tunnel, as I said, the tunnel is an impermeable structure. And so the tunnel has a high likelihood of disrupting that permeable layer and preventing or altering the flow of water to the well that exists in the pre-project condition. And many of the wells in this area have screened intervals that are in the same depth range as the proposed tunnel project.
And is the depth range shown on the bottom portion of this?
Yeah, so there's a vertical scale on here. And you know, the large diameter tunnel that's on the right hand of this picture is shown to be, you know, an elevation of about negative 30 feet to negative 90 feet, with the ground surface at about elevation 10. So it's about, you know, 80 to 120 feet deep. And the depth of the smaller tunnel to the left, the bottom is about the same depth range, but since it's a smaller diameter, the top is, you know, closer to about 90 feet deep.
And did you also look at this is just the first map book picture at the beginning of the route. Did you look at the subsequent similar pictures in formulating your opinion?
Yes.
And just briefly, in your testimony, you touch on the proposed mitigation that came in the draft EIR for groundwater. And in your analysis, did you find that any of the mitigation measures like groundwater 1, 5, or 11 in the EIR, which are referenced in your testimony, would be effective in preventing injury?
No.
I think with that, was there anything else that you wanted to add?
I think that was it.
Okay. And I'll just briefly, Dr. Robert Pike also assisted in preparing the testimony for this panel. Mr. Pike, have you reviewed Land 39, your statement of qualifications?
Yes.
And did you prepare that?
Yes.
Is it an accurate statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Have you reviewed Land 38, which is your written testimony submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
And is that an accurate statement, summarize your work on this panel?
Yes.
And with that, we'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Let me get some estimates. We are going to take our lunch break before beginning the cross-examination, but let me get an estimate of who all would like to conduct cross-examination and how much time you anticipate. Just come on up, please, DWR.
Yes, Trip Mizell, DWR. We would anticipate 1 hour.
Ms. Morris.
If I have any, it would be less than 30 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Aykroyd.
Approximately 15 to 20 minutes.
Mr. Herrick.
No more than 15 minutes.
Ms. Desjardins.
10 to 20 minutes.
So I'm seeing about 2 to 3 hours of cross-examination, unless anyone objects. My recommendation will be to adjourn early and continue with panel number 3 next Thursday.
So then I have permission to contact those witnesses for panel 3 and tell them, Mr. Catt in particular, not to come up to Sacramento.
Let me seek to see if there's any objection to that. We do have 2 days next week, And next week, we'll have panel 3 and Mr. Herrick's case in chief. I believe Mr. Brodsky is not due up until after Thanksgiving.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. Should I tell my expert panel to leave now because they won't be on today?
Well, they definitely won't be on today because we have panel 3 yet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Ms. Daly, did you have a question? Not at all?
Barbara Daly with North Delta Cares. I'm speaking on behalf of Nikki Seward for Snug Harbor, and she's on her way. She would like 15 minutes for cross-examination of panel 2, please.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Any concerns and objections about deferring panel 3 to next Thursday? Not seeing any, we will make it so.
Thank you.
And with that, we will take our lunch break and we will resume at 1 o'clock. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock. We are resuming with cross-examination by the Department of Water Resources. You had anticipated 1 hour. What are your topic areas, Mr. Mizell or Ms. Ainsley?
Yeah, Trip Mizell for the department. I will be performing the cross-examination, and I'll be assisted by Ms. Ainsley. The topics, as to the farmers, we'll be asking them about impacts to their diversions, the experienced impacts to their diversions, the experienced EC and water levels at those diversions, and the basis of rights asserted in their testimony from this morning. And for the cross-examination of Mr. Tootle, we will be exploring the groundwater well proximity to the proposed project, mitigation measures proposed by the department, and soil types contained within the testimony of both land and DWR.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Van Lobensells. Yes. I'd like to bring your attention to Land Exhibit 60, please. So this is an exhibit that you spoke to earlier, and I believe you identified the Amistad Ranch intake as intake S021406.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And you indicated in your testimony that you believe that this is a permanently impacted diversion point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the footprint of the proposed intakes?
To the extent that you're looking at this map, I believe it's the red lines basically are the intake, with the exception, I believe, that if we drew a line from there to there, we would probably be more accurate.
And by there to there, you're indicating with the laser pointer a section of highway to the north of the northern arm. I'm calling it an arm, but it's the northern portion of the
Correct.
Red outline. Red outline. And it's your testimony that you've reviewed DWR Exhibit 2, is that correct?
Could you show me what that would be?
Certainly. Mr. Long, could we bring up DWR Exhibit 2, page 21? To errata, please.
To or to errata?
To errata, please. Yes, the number 2. Yes, number 2.
Which slide was that again, please?
Slide 21, please.
Yes, I've seen that slide.
Thank you. And again, the diversion point for Amistad Ranch is indicated by the same number, S021406?
Yes. .406, is it not?
Yes.
Yes, 406, not 402.
Have you reviewed other slides within this exhibit?
I have reviewed the slides that we've seen this morning. I'm not sure what other slides might be within this exhibit, so I would say perhaps yes, perhaps no.
Very good, yes. Mr. Long, could we bring up slide 13, please? Are you familiar with this slide?
I've seen slides similar to this, different iterations over the last 8 years or so. This slide is basically an intake.
And on this slide, is the shape of the footprint of the intake include long arms that proceed to the north and south of it, or does the intake have essentially a trapezoidal shape?
The footprint of the project is not just the intake itself. The footprint goes far beyond that in that there are maintenance areas and there are muck storage sites. So I don't think that this slide really represents the footprint of the project as it relates to my diversion site or the effects on Reclamation District 744.
In your previous testimony, I believe you indicated that you believed it was a permanent impact to your diversion point because it fell within the footprint of the screen.
No, I did not say the footprint of the screen. It was the footprint of the project. The footprint of the project is what the total influence on my diversion site at that point and in Reclamation District 744.
Thank you for that clarification. I certainly appreciate it. If we could go back to DWR to page 21, please. Mr. Van Lobensel's, do you see the thin black line that indicates the project footprint on the slide?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that what I'm characterizing as a long arm to the north of the square portion of that footprint is a highway realignment?
I don't know what is in that that long arm. It could be a highway realignment. It could be many other things. But I also know that the footprint of the project is not just limited to that long arm. It goes all the way to the east, all the way to the back levee with maintenance area here, muck site here, and other things in here. So this long, thin arm that you're referring to, the long, thin arm going from the north of the diversion site itself is part of the project, certainly, but the project footprint is much larger than that small arm.
I believe that is my understanding as well, so I appreciate the extra explanation. With regard to your testimony on what would impact your intake location, is it your testimony that you are not aware of what features of the project currently impact your diversion point?
Again, it's the footprint of the project. It doesn't matter to me, it doesn't matter what features are within that footprint. It's the footprint of the project. If my diversion site is either obliterated or it can't get to the distribution systems that we're using today, then it's permanently impacted. It's not, to me, it's not what the elements within that footprint, it's that footprint in its entirety, and whatever might be within it is going to interfere with that diversion.
So is it your contention that any impact, no matter how temporary, is a permanent impact to your diversion point?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, but to the extent it's factual in nature, he may answer.
Oh, thank you for that permission, Mr. Keeling. Please answer to the best of your ability, Mr. Van Lovensel's.
Again, we're talking about a footprint. We're talking about a situation where you said, could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, I'm simply trying to get a better understanding of what you consider to be the basis of a permanent impact. So maybe I'm not being very artful, but I believe what you were just explaining to me was your contention that any impact, no matter how temporary, to your diversion point constitutes a permanent impact to your diversion point.
That's not what I said, nor is it my conclusion. To say any impact, no matter how temporary, could be one day. Of course, I wouldn't go there, but we're talking about an impact that could last 10 years during the construction phase, and that's on DWR's estimation as a temporary impact. If that's the kind of temporary impact we're talking about, I would say yes, that's a permanent impact upon that diversion site.
So I'd like to ask you a hypothetical to avoid any sort of confusion about me testifying. I'll simply assert in my hypothetical that the long arm that proceeds north of the main square of this footprint is due to a highway realignment, which would be a temporary amount of construction that would impact your diversion point for a specific duration. However, your diversion point would remain. In your opinion, what length of time would the construction have to persist before it became a permanent impact to your water right?
So if I have a crop and I don't irrigate it...
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, temporary versus permanent.
I would like to hear Mr. Van Lovensel's response. Thank you.
So if you had a child and you didn't, I'll give you an answer with a hypothetical and then go beyond that. If you had a child and you didn't feed it for a month, would that be a temporary or would that be a permanent impact? I have the same situation. I have living crops, and if the highway realignment is there for 10 years, that's a permanent impact. Those crops don't get irrigated because there's no pump. There's other things that are happening within the footprint than just that highway that would preclude my even being able to use the pump to distribute the water to the crops again. So I would have to say that yes, it's permanent impact.
Mr. Van Lovensel's, putting aside the permanent temporary and using your analogy, if you are not able to feed that child, but someone else feeds that child during that month period, is that acceptable?
Acceptable to the point that it's feasible, and at this point, I'm not sure that that another diversion site could be temporarily put in place that could adequately accomplish the same thing because of the topography of the reclamation district, as well as the topography of each individual field that has been leveled to match the distribution system as well as the drainage system. So I'm not sure if it would be feasible.
Okay, thank you.
So are you familiar then with the concept of mitigation?
Yes.
And have you read the mitigation measures proposed by this project for impacts such as the one you're indicating to the intake site?
The specific mitigation measures I have not read.
Mr. Long, can we scroll down through this exhibit I'm looking for the slide that's entitled Temporary and Permanent Impact Mitigation for Diversion Points. Not sure if it's actually titled that. Diversion sites. I think it might have been, actually it might have been above page 21. Yeah, okay. And one up, page 19, please. Yeah. So based on our conversation, Mr. Van Lobenzels, it's your understanding that should it be feasible, providing new groundwater wells or an alternative surface supply would be sufficient to mitigate for impacts to the diversion point indicated on the map.
Calls for speculation based on a hypothetical, vague and ambiguous.
Mr. Van Lobenzels, what is your opinion, if you have any, regarding these two measures for mitigation that's on this slide?
The question that comes to my mind is feasibility. And providing new groundwater wells, for example, if you have a residence that's dependent upon a domestic well and you're 15 feet from the footprint of this project, there's going to be dewatering going on. The question would be, have to be is, where would you site a well, and would it be feasible to continue to supply that home from whatever site you might choose? If it's a very far distance, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. So feasibility is key in both of those mitigation measures or mitigation strategies.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Long, I'd like to move to land 58, please. So, Mr. Van Lobenzels, in your testimony earlier today, it was my understanding that you believe that the construction of the project will result in a dewatering of the area surrounding the intakes. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
I believe I also heard that the wells indicated on this slide you believe to be between 128 and 150 feet deep. Is that also correct?
They could even be shallower.
Or shallower?
They could be shallower too. I know that they're none, well, I don't know, but there are varying depths, and they go from very shallow to probably 125 feet, I think.
Are you personally familiar with each of the wells indicated on this slide?
So could you enlarge the northern part of that slide, enlarge it one time, and I think we'll get to the area that I'm more sure of. When this is in Reclamation District 744, and we farm wrong way. We farm a great deal of probably 250 to 400 acres of the area that's in this footprint here. And so I'm familiar with the residents there, Dr. Go. I'm familiar with those residents. I'm familiar with all of these residences. And each residence, primarily, there are a couple that are using wells between 2 or 3 residents, but those residents have wells. The only one of those wells that I'm unfamiliar with is that one. And that may have been a historical site, but I do not believe that well is active. But there's a residence there. In fact, that is the residence of our previous Secretary of State, Deborah Bowen. And you've got Dr. Go there and others along here. So I am familiar with those residences, yes.
So would it be?
Hold on,
For the
Mr.
record,
Keeling?
the well that he indicated he was not intimately familiar with was W6. Is that right, Mr. Van Liebenzels?
Yes, it's W6. I'm not familiar with that well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
No, that's actually exactly where I was just going to make a clarification as well. So if I understand your testimony, Mr. Van Liebenzels, you are familiar with wells W1, W2, W3, W4, and W5.
And yes, yes.
Thank you. And the basis of your belief that these wells will be dewatered is what?
Basically, the EIR has said that you're going to dewater the area that you're working in, and if you dewater the area, and those wells are straws into that dewatered area, or if you put slurry walls that cut those wells off from wherever their source of flow is from, then it's your own work that I believe says those things, that you're going to dewater.
Okay, so it sounds as though you are familiar with what Mr. Toodle's, Mr. Tootle has indicated in his testimony that slurry walls will be used and also what the department has presented.
I was aware that slurry walls had been suggested as a way to mitigate the dewatering effects that you identified as occurring because you were dewatering the sites, yes.
Are you aware of a memorandum that was produced by Ms. Gwen Buchholz and testified to earlier in this proceeding, submitted as DWR 218?
No.
Mr. Long, could we bring up DWR 218, please? This is a memorandum that was submitted as testimony by the department when it was putting on its case in chief, and it's my understanding that it commits the department to using slurry walls as a clarification on the information presented in the recirculated draft EIR that you were relying upon. Would the commitment to using slurry walls change your conclusion that wells in the region of the intake that we've been discussing will be impacted by dewatering?
Objection calls for speculation based on an incomplete hypothetical and may call for expert testimony as well.
Mr. Van Lobensells, are you able to respond to any of that? Can you offer an opinion? And if you can't, you can't.
I've got 47 years and longer of experience with groundwater in the Delta, and it moves in mysterious ways. And so I doubt very much that putting a slurry wall in one place is going to do exactly what you want it to do. And so I would say that I would not accept the hypothetical that a slurry wall would satisfy this adverse impact.
Your witness is doing very well, Mr. Keeling. Just let him answer.
If we could bring up Land 58 again, please. On this slide, are you aware of where the slurry walls would be located?
No.
If the slurry walls were located only within the square that would be where the intake actually sits, Is it still your contention that the groundwater wells indicated earlier would be impacted by dewatering?
Do you have an opinion?
Well, first of all, there's a big if there, and that's not been determined, nor has it been described on that map. So, given that, I would have to again say slurry walls are an effort to avoid an adverse impact that I believe is imperfect, and no matter where you place them, around the walls, or you're going to have impacts that you don't really realize because, or that you can't foresee because of the way water moves through the delta and the way it goes from one place to another. And I don't even know how that occurs. So I would say that it's a big hypothetical that a slurry wall could work.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to discuss your conclusions regarding water quality. I believe in your testimony earlier, you indicated that water quality would be impacted in the vicinity of your intake. Is that a correct understanding?
No, I think as water quality would be affected downstream of the intakes, not in the vicinity, but downstream from the intakes.
Are you aware of the water quality that has occurred downstream of intake 2 during the water year 2014 and 15?
I believe you're referring to a time when salt water intruded into the delta past Cortland. Is that correct?
I'm referring to the drought water year 2014-2015.
And I'm aware generally that salt water intruded intruded into the delta to a distance that, but I don't know where. And so I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you that in 2014, the water quality that intruded into the delta, the salt water that intruded was higher or went further north than normal, further inland than normal, on both the San Joaquin and the Sacramento.
Are you aware that flows in the 2014-2015 water year were as low as 4,000 CFS?
I was not aware of that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And are you aware that when it was that low, the EC in the vicinity of intake 2 was 300, which is sometimes referred to as 0.3 EC?
Was not aware of that, but again, my testimony was that if you reduce the flow by diverting water further north into the delta, that flow will be reduced downstream. Water quality, because flow is the hydraulic barrier to the ocean, water quality within the delta, and it may not be in a straight line, it could be more in the western delta, water in the delta will deteriorate because salt water will intrude if you reduce the hydraulic barrier to the ocean. And that's exactly what happened in 2014. Mother Nature created a situation where flow was reduced far below normal and salt water intruded. And so if you reduce flow, salt water will intrude further. And to me, it's not necessarily what happens at diversion number 2. I have intakes, I have diversion sites much further south, as do other farmers. I'm concerned more about the entire delta than just diversion 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Lobensells. I'd like to move to Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, are you aware that the North Delta Water Agency does not hold any riparian or appropriative water rights?
Yes.
Would you like to revise your former testimony that you believe that North Delta Water Agency does hold a water right?
No, I don't, excuse me, I don't believe I said that. I said that I hold riparian and pre-1914 water rights.
Thank you for the
as well
clarification.
as the North Delta Water Agency rights.
Could you maybe repeat that last portion? I think you trailed off.
I believe I have 3 water rights. I have pre-1914, I have riparian, and I have North Delta Water Agency water rights contract with what, that's what I have.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So your understanding is the North Delta Water Agency is a contractual right with the department?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you experience any water levels or water quality problems during the 2014 water year drought?
The only, we had a couple issues with the level of the water. The water quality where we are wasn't a problem. The flows were, we ended up having a lot of hyacinth and weed problems around our intakes, and would just plug up our pipes. And that was due to low flows.
Do you believe that you have a contractual right to hyacinth-free water?
No. You
Okay.
asked me if I had any problems, and that's one of my problems.
Very good. Yes, thank you. I probably was too broad in my question. I'm going to explore a very similar line of questioning here that I did with Mr. Van Lobensel's in terms of your statement previously that your intake will be permanently affected. So please bear with me. If we could bring up DWR 2, page 22.
And that's DWR2 errata.
DWR2 errata, page 22, please. Thank you. So do I understand correctly that your intake identified earlier is identified by S016915?
Yes.
And is it true that that intake falls within the southern arm of the footprint?
Yes.
And are you aware of the mitigation measures proposed by the department to mitigate for temporary impacts?
Yes, I just read it.
So a similar question, assuming the feasibility of those mitigation measures, would you still assert that this intake will be permanently impacted?
And a similar objection calls for speculation based upon an incomplete hypothetical.
And I will ask Mr. Elliott to answer as best he can.
Okay, well, what I'd like, I believe that when I say that it's permanently affected, I believe that you're not going to, it's pretty much when the project happens, I'm going to lose that site, that diversion. and that's going to be a permanent, because the project, my understanding is, it's for 10 years, around 10 years at the least. And so I've lost all access to my water and my water rights to that diversion.
And you believe you lose access to all water at that diversion point despite the potential for mitigation to provide water from a different source?
From that source, it's permanent. As far as another site, a well, you put a well in there. I don't know how you're going to guarantee with the slurry walls the ability of water. That system takes around 1,500 gallons per minute. I don't see how a well's going to be able to produce that. I also don't see how you're going to give me access to the river.
At any point in the future after construction begins? Is that your
Well, it all
contention?
depends about how long it's going to take. I mean, the projects, you're going to start the project. It's going to be it's going to be going on and on. How are we going to guarantee water to that site?
So you're not familiar with the mitigation measures proposed and reviewed earlier that explain how the department proposes to replace the water supplies during the temporary construction period? Is that correct?
I understand that it's either going to be a well or it's going to be some other surface water attempt. Is that correct?
I don't know. Is that your understanding of what we reviewed earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier in your testimony, you indicated a concern that your riparian water rights would be lost. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of how riparian water rights are lost?
Well, I believe if your property is taken and you have property along the river, which this is, I will lose that right to the river.
So it's your belief that severance of the parcel from the river course is what disrupts the riparian right? I'm simply trying to clarify, not
Yes,
what's in
so
words
the
in your mouth.
remaining, whatever's remaining, won't have access to the river.
So the basis of your claim that you risk losing your riparian water right is not the temporary interruption of the diversion point, but rather your concern about severance of the parcel from the water course, correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, let me ask this, because I'm also interested in Mr. Elliott's answer. When you express concern about losing your riparian water rights, what do you mean by that? And in what way do you believe the proposed project will deprive you of that riparian right?
Well, if I'm looking at the boundaries,
Microphone?
if I'm looking at the boundaries, I'm assuming that the project's going to take my diversion and also take the parcel that this is going to go on. Is going to be cut. My parcel is going to be cut in sections. But I'm losing the ability to be I'm losing my ability to access the river. So I'm from everything east will not have access to the river. I lose that. I lose my riparian rights that I had.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. I'm going to move on to Mr. Wilson, please. Can we bring up Land 69, please? Mr. Wilson, do you recognize this document?
Do I recognize that there's a, I recognize the document, yeah. Haven't memorized it.
Thankfully, right? Because that's I don't even want to have to memorize that. Isn't it true that this is a draft document?
I think that's fairly apparent.
And do you know what the date of this document is?
No.
Do you have any understanding of whether or not it's been updated?
No.
Does the document indicate that it was prepared for draft internal discussion purposes only?
No, that's not my understanding. I'm assuming that a draft document is put out to discuss with everybody. The fact that I have access to it in a public meeting says it's not private.
Mr. Long, could you enlarge the bottom footer of this page, please? Would the footer of this document change your belief as to why this document was prepared?
Again, whether it says it's a confidential draft or a draft or anything else, to me, if it's out there in the public and easily accessible, it is a document that, perhaps if you told me where you were going with this question, I could answer you more clearly.
Mr. Wilson, are you aware of the Public Records Act?
Was there a question there?
Are you aware of the Public Records Act?
I'm not an attorney, I'm a farmer. No, I'm not aware of it.
You're not aware that it exists?
Well, I'm aware that it exists, but that's about the end of it.
Okay, thank you. What is the basis of your statement from your earlier testimony that DWR will reverse the flow of the Sacramento River?
The flow of the Sacramento River is many, many times less than 9,000 cubic feet a second. This project has the capacity of 9,000 cubic feet a second, and if it was enhanced later on, probably 15,000 cubic feet a second. Hydraulic logic would only say that it has the ability to reverse the flow.
So your basis for that belief is speculation on a project that is not being proposed to the State Water Board?
Repeat that question.
You just indicated that the basis of your belief that DWR will reverse the flow of the Sacramento River was a speculative 15,000 CFS project that's not before the State Water Board. I'm asking if that's correct.
I believe, given the paucity of details in these programs and what little we have been shown, that speculation is the only way to approach this project. If you want to give me more specific information, I could give you a more specific answer, but we have not seen a lot of details on this project, and I think that's one of the problems.
Mr. Wilson, are you aware of the petition that was submitted to this State Water Board that initiated this hearing?
Am I aware there was a petition that initiated this hearing that I'm currently at? Yes.
And are you aware of the maximum CFS requested in that petition?
I'm aware that that is a speculation on your part, that they will hold to that. We have a certain level of distrust in the Delta that commitments have been made and have not been followed through, such as salinity control on the North Delta Water Project, that many times rules have been violated that were assured to us that they would not be violated. So I'm not basing any of my conclusions on that number in the petition. You're right, there are speculation.
Is it your testimony that the entirety of your property is being taken by this project?
Yes, and every single proposal for intake number 2, going back many, many iterations, has shown that, and it's the first logical wide spot above the bend in the river that you would normally put that intake at. So any type of rational logic would say that would be the location of it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson.
Are we done?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to turn to Mr. Tootle. Did you draft what has been marked as Land 35 errata?
Could you put up 35 errata for me? Yes.
And did anyone assist you in drafting the testimony in Land 35 errata?
Yes.
Who was that?
I collaborated with Dr. Robert Pike.
Anyone else?
No.
Can you identify for us the portions of your testimony that Mr. Pike wrote?
They're primarily the portions that were stricken from this panel, I believe to be part of the Part 2 panel, if I have the right terminology.
Thank you. As you note in your testimony, the California WaterFix proposes to use slurry cutoff walls at specific construction sites to isolate the effects of dewatering, correct?
That's correct.
And you recognize in your testimony that this technique is effective at reducing potential construction-related impacts of dewatering, correct?
If constructed properly, yes.
And isn't it correct that your concerns expressed today and in your written testimony are those regarding slurry walls limited to long-term impacts at the intake and shaft locations?
The impacts of the slurry walls could be both short-term and long-term.
In your testimony, you also indicate that you're concerned about impacts on groundwater based upon the tunnels, correct?
The tunnel structures do have the potential, in my opinion, of altering the current groundwater flow, which could result in the injury to adjacent groundwater users.
And is that concern based upon the size of the tunnel in proximity to the groundwater wells?
The larger the tunnel, the larger the potential for the impact. So if it's a large structure, it has a larger potential to negatively impact or injure those water users that are adjacent to the facility.
Is there any relationship between the distance between the tunnel and the well in measuring impact?
It's highly dependent on the subsurface stratigraphy.
the locations of potential wells you cite to land 58 and 59, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated previously that that's not an exhaustive list of wells in your opinion, correct?
That is my opinion.
And that the wells identified in land 59 came from the San Joaquin County Department of Health?
I haven't memorized the number of the slides, so I cannot speak directly to whether 59 was San Joaquin County or any other county. If you bring it up, it might be helpful.
Mr. Long, can we bring up land 59, please? Does this refresh your memory?
It does. Can you repeat your question?
Certainly. Are the locations of the wells indicated in land 59 from the San Joaquin County Health Department? Health Department.
I believe representatives of San Joaquin County prepared this map, but they relied on multiple sources based on my conversations with them. Only one of their data sources was the health department.
Do you recall what the other sources were?
They included oral conversations with well users. They were also based on the knowledge of the civil works, the water distribution systems that are servicing areas. And so if there is a user of domestic water that is not connected to a municipal system, the assumption was made that it was a domestic well that was supplying the water.
So to be clear, some of the marks on this exhibit that would indicate a well location are assumed locations based on merely the presence of a residence not connected to a municipal system, correct?
That's simply one of the potential data sources that was used to compile the map.
How certain are you that wells exist at those locations?
I have not personally visited the site and observed a well, so I couldn't plausibly identify a well location based on my personal observation.
So earlier, I believe you indicated that the individuals who prepared these maps relied upon either GPS locations, lat longs, parcel numbers, or, as we just went over, the assumption based upon a presence of a residence unconnected to a municipal supply.
Those were parts of the data, or that was parts, those pieces of information were used to develop these maps.
Are you aware of any additional pieces of information that I did not just list off?
Well, there were, like I said, conversations that took place with well drilling contractors as well as property owners. And I don't have specific knowledge personally of which map reflects which set of data, but those pieces of data were also included in the overall preparation of the well location maps that we've seen today.
Are you aware of the specificity with which the locations were identified during those conversations?
What do you mean by specificity?
Precisely where on the map a well would be located?
If there was a latitude and longitude record, that's where the dot is on the map. If it was a parcel number, or a parcel number, I believe some of those dots were placed in the middle of the parcel with no other piece of information to know exactly where the dot was. And any other information gathered through oral interview would be accurate to the degree that the person being interviewed was able to locate it.
So just so I'm perfectly clear in my brain on this, it sounds as though if precise either lat long or GPS coordinates were not available, it was assumed to be in the center of the parcel. Is that correct?
In some cases, I believe that is correct. Not necessarily in all cases.
Are the well locations in exhibits land 58 and 59 the basis on which you conclude that there are impacts from the proposed project?
The specific locations aren't the basis of my conclusion. As was stated earlier, the groundwater in this area, I think the words used were moves in mysterious ways. The reason it's mysterious is because of the complexity I spoke to earlier. The location of the aquifers and the aquitars and aquicludes are very complex and difficult to know. So the specific location of any particular dot on a map is less significant than the overall understanding of the subsurface geology, how it got there, and how water moves through it. So it's really the basis of that that is my conclusion.
And based on that generality, isn't it true that your testimony can't be used to show specific injury to any particular well?
It's difficult to quantify the amount of injury that could occur just based on the lack of data that's been collected by the project proponents. There's not very much subsurface information. The subsurface conditions are not very well characterized, in my opinion. So it's difficult to quantify what the injury is, but then it's equally as difficult, if not impossible, to conclude there is no potential for injury.
What is meant by the legend next to the red dot that says potential potable, down at the bottom of the page? Water system well.
I don't know the specific meaning of that word or those words.
Are you aware that wells indicated by red dots actually exist?
Can you say that again?
Are you aware if wells indicated by red dots actually exist?
I think I explained the source data for the dots on the maps. So as far as that data goes, that's my understanding.
So is your answer no, you do not know if these wells actually exist?
I said if I have not seen them with my own eyes. I know the data sources that were used to collect this information, and that's what I've testified to here today.
Does your testimony identify the depths of any wells indicated in land 58 or 59?
I don't recall if I indicated well depths in my testimony.
Do you recall if you indicated the depths of the screens on any of the wells in land 58 or 59?
I don't recall.
Have you inspected any well drilling logs or reports to determine the soils and respective depths of soils in the vicinity of any of the wells indicated on land 58 or 59?
I have not.
Is it true that you rely upon geologic maps of near surface geology to maps of near surface geology to support your conclusions?
Which conclusions were those?
Those contained in your testimony.
Objection vague and ambiguous.
Mr. Mizell?
Yes, I'm trying to think of a way to walk us through the exhibits maybe to get to my question more clearly. If we could bring up Land 37 errata, page 2. I'm sorry, not 37.
Yes, because we can't pull that up.
Right, no. Sorry, I was reading the wrong line. That was my objection line.
You cannot have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Mizell.
Yes. Land 35 errata, page 2. And I'm looking for lines 13 to 18.
And Mr. Mizell, your 1 hour is up. How much additional questions do you have?
If I could request an additional 20 minutes, I spent a bit longer delving into the farming questions than I had anticipated, but I believe
you still have mitigation measures and soil types to cover?
correct.
And we are now focusing on groundwater well proximity?
That's correct.
All right, let's give you another 20 minutes and we'll take a break at that time.
Thank you. So looking at lines 13 through 18,
All right.
is the Atwater report the basis of the conclusions you draw in your testimony?
I relied on Atwater's map as part of the data that formed my conclusion.
And would you characterize Atwater's map as a geologic map?
I would.
And is Atwater's map only of near surface geology?
The map is of the ground surface, yes. It does indicate where some concealed below surface deposits or former channels may exist or likely exist. So it would depend on your definition of near surface. It's a relative term.
Previously, I believe you indicated it was prepared with the use of aerial photography. Is that correct?
These types of maps typically rely on historical aerial photograph review, yes.
Is this map the basis upon which you claim that subsurface soils are complex?
It would depend on your definition of subsurface. That includes near surface or not.
In your use of the term subsurface, what was your intended meaning?
I'd have to have more context to your question.
It's my understanding previously in your testimony you distinguished between near surface and subsurface when discussing your testimony. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes.
And in that distinction, how deep does near surface go and from how deep does subsurface go? Or are they one and the same?
My intent would be that they were different and that the subsurface would be deeper than as described on just the surface of Atwater's map.
And so for discussions about the subsurface soil types, if it's not contained in Atwater's map, if it's deeper than Atwater's map, as you just indicated, what's the basis of that discussion?
It's the, I guess, general knowledge of the geologic deposition of the area. So Atwater's map, the base is of the ground surface, and it's describing the geology that's there. Well, there's geologic processes that have occurred over hundreds of thousands and millions of years that have shaped the subsurface soils that are below the surface of Atwater's Mouth.
And was there any data provided in your testimony that describes the subsurface soil composition?
The data that was presented was the very limited data that's in DWR's documents.
So you provided no additional information on the complexity of the subsurface soils, is that correct?
I did provide a couple illustrations from a different reference source that attempts to illustrate the fluvial geomorphological processes that deposit soils. Fluvial geomorphological processes that have deposited some of these soils.
And if I understand correctly, those were the figures contained in Land 37, page 2.
That sounds correct, yes.
If we could bring up Land 37, page 2, please. Looking at these figures that you've provided, how deep do they go?
There's no scale provided. They're intended to be illustrative.
In your estimation, how close to the proposed tunnel alignment is the most at-risk well that you point to in your testimony?
Given the limited data available for this project, that's almost an impossible question to ask. The proximity and plan view of any particular well to the tunnel alignment is not as important as the shape of the subsurface aquifer in which the well is drawing water. As you can see from these illustrations that are on the screen, it can be very complex. Wells that are very close to the alignment may have very little impact. Wells that are farther away may have a very big impact.
If we could bring up Land 59, page 5, please. I'll assert to you as a hypothetical that the blue dot in the upper right hand of this image is the closest well indicated in the exhibit Land 59 that is a distinct distance from a major watercourse. With that hypothetical in mind, how far away from the tunnel alignment would you say that right hand blue dot is?
I believe there's a scale on the bottom of the map, but I can't read it at this resolution.
Mr. Long, could we blow up the bottom scale, please?
Mr. Long, could you pan down or go back up to the dot? It appears to be approximately 1,000 feet if that scale is correct.
Are you aware if this particular dot is an assumed location or a known location? Known location.
I guess you'd have to define the terms assumed and known.
Actually, for purposes of this hypothetical, let's assume that this was one of the locations that actually had a specific location provided.
By specific, you mean a GPS or latitude and
lat-long.
longitude?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's assume it's accurate. And it's 1,000 feet by your estimation from the alignment. Is that correct? If the scale is accurate.
That's approximate, yes.
If we could bring up DWR 574, please. This was provided on the thumb drive earlier. We'll be providing paper copies as well. I'll assert to you now, for the purposes of this hypothetical, that this is a scale drawing prepared by one of our engineers of that well location and the pipeline alignment, and DWR will authenticate it in rebuttal. When you've had a chance to review the exhibit, just let me know when you're ready for my questions.
I think I'm ready for your question.
Is it your belief that the blue dot on the left-hand side of the image that indicates the 40-foot diameter tunnel would impact the groundwater indicated by the small red line in the center of the image?
Objection calls for speculation based on incomplete hypothetical parameters not established, such as a variety of soil types, etc.
I acknowledge that, but Mr. Tootle is an expert in this area, so I will ask him to answer to the best of his ability, and if he needs more information or cannot answer, he's free to say so.
There's insufficient data in this cross-section to draw any conclusion. The soil deposits are described as saturated sands, clays, and silts. As I testified earlier, the hydraulic conductivity of clay and sand can be hundreds or thousands of, the sand can be hundreds or 1,000 times more permeable than the clay. And without seeing what the stratigraphy is and the relationship between the tunnel and the well, it would be impossible to state that there was no potential impact or what the degree to the impact would be. It's clear that the tunnel would alter the subsurface flow of water in one degree or another, but the degree to which it will alter it cannot be derived from this figure.
And what is the basis of your belief that the tunnel would alter the groundwater as it relates to that indicated well?
I don't believe I made that statement.
Can you please clarify the statement that you just made?
It is impossible to tell from this cross-section and the data on it what impact the tunnel would have or to what degree it would impact the well, but it's an impermeable object amongst what appears to be a mixture of permeable and impermeable soils. So my statement is that it will alter the flow of the groundwater. That I believe to be a true statement. To the degree to which it will alter it is impossible to define based on this figure.
So based upon your knowledge of the area and the location that we've indicated that this hypothetical well is on the Land 59 exhibit, it's impossible to tell whether or not the tunnel would impact the well on this figure.
Well, it's impossible to make the statement that it will not impact the well. I think that's the impossibility.
And you believe that knowing the subsurface strata would help inform that understanding?
It would help inform it, yes.
If there were more sands or highly permeable layers in the vicinity of this well, there would be a lesser likelihood of impact than if there were impermeable layers in the vicinity of this well. Is that correct?
It would depend on the interrelation between the two, not necessarily the quantity of either one.
Mr. Long, could we bring up DWR 212? And I'm looking for page 3-18.
Do you have a PDF page number?
No, I do not. It's if you could search for figure 3-2D, lowercase d, that might bring it up.
I don't think the search is
Working? Yeah.
going well.
I've got, I mean, the page number is 3-18, and I'm not sure how the PDF identifies it. Put that into the page number or not. We're searching as well.
Mr. Long, I suggest you stop the search because it's taking a very long time. And see where we are. Yeah, and then just scroll. I think we killed the computer. Oh, we're on section 3. That's a good sign. 3 what, Mr. Mizell?
3-18. Maybe there's a way to shortcut this. Maybe if we go to page 55.
Let's not shortcut anymore. We're almost there. 3-4, keep going.
We're getting close. Just a few more pages down. There we are. This should be it.
Ms. Heinrich so helpfully pointed out that it was in the revised PowerPoint that we disregarded. Thank you so much, Mr. Mizell.
I believe they actually put page 55, which is 3-2C in their PowerPoint, and I'm referring to 3-2D. But yes, very, very similar. So previously in your testimony, you discussed your interpretation of the colors on these boring charts. Is it your belief that yellow indicates high conductivities and blue indicates low conductivities?
That's generally correct.
And towards the top of this page, we scroll up just a little bit. Do you see the indicator of the Bacon Island reception shaft?
I do.
I'll assert to you that this is the reception shaft that was directly downstream of the well we previously were discussing in the hypothetical. If that assertion is correct, what are the general soil types in the upper 80 feet of the borings located on either side of the Bacon Island reception shaft?
They're a mixture of just about everything.
Are they generally yellow or generally blue?
The boring that's marked, the last two digits 51, has more yellow than the boring indicated with 053.
And Mr.
my
Mizell, your additional 20-minute is up. And you've, as far as I can ascertain, spent it all on groundwater well proximity.
We were just getting into soil types, and in order not to expend any more time on searching for page numbers, I maybe have one, maybe two questions left, and I'll wrap up.
Please do.
Mr. Tootle, are you aware that mitigation measure groundwater 1 would put in place monitoring of groundwater along the construction alignment prior to beginning construction and establish a baseline of groundwater levels in the vicinity of the pipeline?
Yes.
And are you aware that the groundwater mitigation measures proposed to mitigate any impacts from that identified baseline?
I'm not sure what's meant by any. That's a very broad term. the impacts could be widely varying.
True. I'll be more specific. Are you aware that the department proposes to mitigate groundwater impacts?
I believe I have read that, yes. I don't know what they mean by impacts. Again, it's a general term.
Thank you very much for your patience.
You're welcome.
That's all my cross-examination for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell. Before we break, let me ask, I believe Ms. Morris, Ms. Aykroyd, Mr. Herrick, Ms. Desjardins, and Ms. Seward, who is now here, also have cross-examination. Do any of you have cross-examination for Mr. Wilson, Mr. Van Lobensel's, or Mr. Elliott?
No. Yes.
How much time do you anticipate? Just for those three gentlemen?
Maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, who else?
No, John Herrick.
Loban cells.
About, okay, Ms. Desjardins?
15, maybe 20.
Okay. If it's all right with everyone, I would like to resume with just cross-examination of Mr. Wilson, Mr. Van Lobensel's, and Mr. Elliott so that we can dismiss them, unless they want to stay for the rest of the time. We will start with Ms. Aykroyd, followed by Ms. Desjardins, followed by Ms. Seward. I believe those are all the ones that have questions for these three gentlemen. Is that correct? Oh,
If you're going to hold them for a few minutes, I'll have like 2 minutes of questions for them.
all right, we'll insert Mr. Herrick in as well. With that, we'll take our 15-minute break, and we will resume at 2:45. All right, thank you, everyone. It is 2:45. We are back in session. And even though I didn't specifically say so, I hope from now on everyone understand to take advantage of the break to work with Mr. Long and Ms. McHugh if you have documents or things that need to be put up on the screen as you are conducting your cross-examination. It'll be very helpful to get that all set up ahead of time during the break. And since Ms. Akoy has been patiently waiting for us, I assume she's ready to go. So please proceed with your cross-examination. A reminder, we're now just focused on Mr. Wilson, Mr. Van Loben-Sals, and Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Rebecca Aykroyd for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I'd like to begin with, first the summary for you. I have several questions regarding the testimony on injury from changes in water levels and water quality, and then several questions regarding support for claimed water rights.
Okay.
So I'd like to begin with some questions for Mr. Wilson. Mr. Long, if I could have you please bring up Exhibit Land 20. And just leave it on page 1 for now. Mr. Wilson, in your written testimony, you discussed lower water levels in the North Delta that will result from the WaterFix project, correct?
That is correct.
You haven't done any modeling of potential changes in water levels if WaterFix is built and operated, is that right?
Have I run any?
Have you done any analysis or modeling?
The last modeling I did was 1986. No, I have not done any recent modeling.
And has anyone done any modeling on your behalf of the potential changes in water levels if the WaterFix project is built and operated?
Well, that's an interesting question. I would have to make the argument that I have done modeling in my head. It makes perfect sense to me that if you remove 9,000 CFS upstream in the Sacramento River, it will lower the delta, yes. So have I done any computer simulations? No, if that's your specific question.
Yes, that's my specific question. So your answer is no then.
No, my answer is yes. My answer is no, I have not done any computer simulations.
Thank you. Sorry. Elsewhere in your testimony, you state that changes to water quality downstream of the proposed intakes are also a concern for you, correct?
That is correct.
And you haven't done any computer simulation modeling of any potential changes in water quality if WaterFix is built and operated, correct?
I have not done any computer simulations of water quality or water levels.
And no one else has done any such modeling on your behalf, is that correct?
Well, I think BWR has done a lot of simulations on my behalf, and I assume they are working for me, and I'm assuming other people have done simulations on my behalf. But specifically, have I hired anybody? No.
Thank you. Now moving on to some questions for Mr. Elliott. We can bring up Land 25. We can go to page 2, middle of the page. Thank you. And Mr. Elliott, in your written testimony, you reference riparian and pre-1914 water rights, correct?
Correct.
And there you, at approximately lines 12 to 14, you state that documentation of your water rights are on file with the Water Board. And you reference exhibits Land 53 and Land 7. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Long, if we can go to the exhibit index for this group, please, Land, and to Land 53. And there it indicates that Mr. Elliott's water rights are described in the protest that was filed on January 5th, 2016. I'd like to go ahead and bring up that protest. On the jump drive that I provided to you, Mr. Long, it's exhibit SLD-MWA-6. It's a copy of the land protest. And I have hard copies I can provide if necessary. No? Okay. If we can go
I
to,
take that back, however, you might want to show it to Mr. Elliott.
Mr.
Sorry,
Elliott,
we
would
can-
you like a hard copy in addition to what's being shown on screen?
Sure.
okay.
Let's go ahead and give him a hard copy,
Can bring it up.
please.
Thank you. And this is a copy, as I stated, of the protest filed by Land. If we can all go to page 4 of the protest. Thank you. And there, the protest references a description of land-affiliated water rights in Exhibit B. It's approximately the middle of the page in bold. See description of land-affiliated water rights in Exhibit B. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we can go to Exhibit B, it begins at PDF page 26. So, Mr. Elliott, it's toward the back end of your packet.
Very efficient, Ms. Aykroyd. Thank you.
And we can start scrolling to the next page, please. Thank you. About halfway down the page, there's a general description of the location of land water rights and a statement that due to time constraints, the description of water rights within the land area may be supplemented with additional information. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you aware whether Land has submitted any additional documentation of your water rights in relation to this hearing?
No.
And you haven't presented any documentation of your claimed riparian or pre-1914 rights here today, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Long, if we could please go back to Land 25. Then I have a few questions that are similar to the line of questions I just asked of Mr. Wilson. Here in your written testimony, you state concerns about lower water levels and increased salinity from the WaterFix project. Is that right?
Yes.
You haven't done any modeling of potential changes in water levels if WaterFix is built and operated. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And no one else has done any such modeling on your behalf. Is that correct?
Not on my behalf.
Thank you. And then finally, similar lines of questions for Mr. Van Lobensel's, excuse me. So this will all sound very familiar. If we can first bring up Land 30. Scroll, it's on page 1, but if we can scroll down to lines beginning around line 11 or 12. Sorry, that's not right. Scroll down just. The next page, please. There we go. Mr. Van Lobensel's, on page 1 of your testimony, you reference riparian and pre-1914 water rights for Amistad ranches, correct?
Yes.
Land hasn't submitted any additional documentation of your water rights in relation to this hearing, is that right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you haven't presented any documentation of your claimed riparian or pre-1914 rights here today?
Not today. That doesn't mean it hasn't been presented at another time.
But you haven't presented any documentation in this hearing, correct?
In this hearing, I believe there is reporting that has been done that the State Water Resources Control Board has that claims both riparian, pre-1914, as well as contractual rights under the North Delta Water Agency's contract. I believe that's part of this hearing.
To perhaps narrow it slightly, are you aware of any exhibits that have been submitted as documentation of your riparian? Or
Not particular exhibits, no.
Thank you. If we can scroll down to the next page of the testimony. Page 2, big top of the page. That works. In your written testimony on page 2, you identify your concern that the WaterFix project will result in downstream water degradation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you haven't done any modeling of potential changes in water quality if WaterFix is built or operated, correct?
I have not done any modeling. However, I don't think that either establishes or does not establish that this will happen. Just from a logical point of view, if you reduce the barrier, the hydraulic barrier to the ocean, which is flow, by diverting in the north part of the delta, you will change the water quality, and the water quality will be worse. That's not based on modeling, which was your question, but however, it's a logical conclusion.
Thank you for that. And understanding what you just explained, for the sake of a complete record, no one else has done any such computer simulation modeling on your behalf of any changes in water
No, I'm
quality.
not sure that that's the case. There's a consortium of water people. I think the North Delta Water Agency is involved, as well as upstream, that have done modeling and perhaps is part of this process. I'm not sure. But there has been modeling done to establish just what I'm showing.
In relation to your written testimony here, however, you're not relying on any such modeling.
No, I'm relying on common sense.
Thank you. I have nothing further for this panel.
Thank you, Ms. Aykroyd. Mr. Herrick.
Thank you. Again, John Herrick for South Delta Water Agency and other parties. I just have a couple questions. Mr. Van Lobenzell, do you have experience in flood fighting, flood prevention work?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the intakes proposed for the California WaterFix have structures that extend out into the channel of the Sacramento River?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns with the existence of structures in the middle of the channel or out in the channel?
Yes, there will be some scouring that will occur because of that. I'm assuming that that they will attempt to take care of that, but there is the concern not only there, but as you change the flow and you shift it to the other side of the river, there'll be effects on the other side of the river as well.
And the structures might capture or hold things floating down the river during flood times?
Certainly.
And are you aware of any analysis presented by the petitioners that deal with those potential impacts?
No.
And do those potential impacts put the levees in the area at risk?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Ms. Desjardins, followed by Ms. Seward.
Can we bring up DDJ 133, please? And I'm Deirdre Desjardins, principal with California Water Research. This question is for Mr. Van Lobenzels. This is a comment letter on the WaterFix dated October 30th, 2015. And can we go to page 6, please?
First of all, are you familiar with this document?
Are you familiar with it?
I believe I am. I'm the chair of the Delta Caucus, and I prepared most of this document. It's been some time, so I probably don't remember everything in it, but I recognize my signature, certainly.
Okay. Can we go to page 5? There's just a comment about mitigation that seemed... so this is analysis of proposed mitigation. And it says, the Delta Caucus prior comment letter pointed out that CEQA requires that mitigation be feasible, fully enforceable, adequately financed and monitored. Mitigation measures that are discretionary, deferred, unfunded, and that may not be feasible are not adequate mitigation. So these were concerns I believe you expressed not just on the basis of your impacts, but it's more general for the Delta Counties Coalition on mitigation.
So
Sorry, was that a question, Ms. Desjardins?
Yeah. I mean, so there were concerns here about mitigation. There was a discussion about mitigation specifically.
So do you want to link your question to the testimony Mr. Van Lobenzaels provided today on the issue of mitigation?
Yeah, just that DWR was discussing mitigation of groundwater impacts, and I was wondering if you thought that any of these comments were relevant to that discussion. This was done on October 30th, and then the notice of the hearing went out that same day.
Mr. Mizell?
The notice of the hearing went out that same day.
Yes, I'd like to object to the relevance of this document in the line of questioning over the applicability of CEQA mitigation measures when what we were discussing during our cross-examination was the mitigation that might be required or contemplated by this board through this permitting process. I believe they're distinct, and we've already had lots of discussion about the applicability of the CEQA critiques in this particular format.
Putting aside the reference to the CEQA there, Mr. Van Lobenzaels, does this statement about your concerns about mitigation and that it be feasible, fully enforceable, adequately financed, and monitored apply to your concerns with respect to mitigation in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'd like to go to the February 11th, 2016 pre-hearing conference ruling. Page 6.
Is there an exhibit number?
It's not an exhibit. I asked the hearing team before, and they said that I could go to the ruling itself.
As that's being pulled up, perhaps Ms. Desjardins, you could go ahead and just ask your question. What in particular in that ruling did you want to ask Mr. Van Lobenzaels about?
It states the lack of information concerning project operations and potential effects is due in part to the fact that at petitioner's request, the State Water Board skipped the protest resolution process that would normally precede a hearing on water rights. The petition process under Water Code Sections 1701 at SEEK includes various procedures designed to supply supporting information in narrow issues prior to any board hearing or decision.
And what is your question to Mr. Van Lobenzaels?
This is just relating to, so this is on page 6. This is just relating to, prior to your testimony in this hearing, did you get information on potential mitigation relating to your protest?
Could have asked that without pulling up the ruling, but Mr. Van Lobenzaels, was there any discussion, any information that you received from petitioners regarding mitigation prior to this hearing?
So that's always been a major concern of mine. There have been statements that mitigation is available, for example, temporary pumping plants, changes in drainage, those kinds of things, dewatering, slurry walls, those kinds of things. But to my knowledge, and in Reclamation District 744, there's been no effort to determine whether any mitigation measure is feasible to offset many of the impacts that will be created. And so that is one of my concerns, and I will say that, that there's been a real lack of communication and a lack of really understanding the conditions on the ground when it comes to mitigation to many of the impacts created by this petition.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, so the questions asked by DWR about slurry walls and so on, was this communication made with you before your testimony, or is it just now?
I was aware of the slurry walls prior to the testimony only because we had some discussions as to, you know, how this panel might function and what some of the issues might be.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that line of questioning. Mr. Van Lobenzel, so you said you've been farming for 47 years
That's correct.
in the Delta?
That's correct.
Is that since 1969?
Since 1969, and prior to that time, as a young adult, well, as a young child, I worked in the fields during the summers, those kinds of things. So I have even more than 47 years, but I've been actively and full-time for 47 years.
Okay, so because of your length of experience, I wanted to go to Exhibit DDJ 95, which is, this is just to authenticate, this is the Decision 1275, which was granted. It would scroll down a little.
Are you familiar with this decision, Mr. Van?
I am not.
You're
He is not, okay.
Not familiar with the decision. Are you familiar that contracts with the Department of Water Resources, that there were any permit terms regarding signing contracts with Delta water users?
If you're referring to the North Delta Water Agency contract, I'm familiar with that. Yes.
Could we go to DDJ 96, which is highlighted? It's easier to pull things up. I just want to go to that term. So can we go to page 46?
First of all, what is this document?
It's Decision 1275. It's just a permit term about signing contracts, which I
A
just wanted to
decision
ask
that
him.
Mr. Van Lobenzel is not familiar with?
I'm not
I
familiar
want
with
to
this
ask him about the negotiations for contracts. It just says water stored under the permits is issued pursuant, shall be available within the Sacramento River Basin and the Delta for such uses as are reasonably required to adequately supply both present and future beneficial needs of said areas, provided, however, such water shall not be available until an agreement for yet such uses of said water is first entered into with the state of California. So I was wondering, at what point, do you have any recollection of when negotiations began with the state of California? Was it shortly after this was signed? You know, I guess, what was it concluded in 1981?
Actually, Mr. Mizell?
Yeah.
I'd like to object to the relevance of this document, given the witness has indicated his unfamiliarity with it, as well as object to the line of questioning asking for the opinion of somebody unfamiliar with the document on contract negotiations between the department and others.
Ms. Desjardins, make the connection for me because I'm not clear what this decision is and its relevance to the issues before us.
Respectfully, this is the decision that granted the permits for the state water project that are going to be amended in this proceeding. And I did request that these decisions be posted by the staff. I felt there were considerations of area of origin requirements.
That's fine, Ms. Desjardins, but these are permits. These are not permit terms for the contract that or the water rights that Mr. Van Lobenzel is familiar with. He has said he has no familiarity with this decision. So I am at a loss as to where you're going with this particular witness.
Okay, I was just, so just you signed a document, you signed a contract with DWR in 1981, is that correct?
The North Delta Water Agency signed the contract with the state of California in 1981. I did not personally.
Yeah, and that was to provide water for it within the service area.
Mr. Van Lobensel, since you are not familiar with this decision, I would encourage you to not hesitate to say you do not know to any questions that are asked of you. And I am not going to allow Ms. Desjardins much leeway on this matter.
Madam Chair, it appears to me that this document is an assurance that gave the area of origin priority. That's all that this looks like to me. It has nothing to do with any contracts that are in the Delta. But
thank you.
That's what it appears like to me.
Mr. Mizell?
Objection to that conclusion is it's a legal conclusion, and I don't believe we're here to interpret the contract of the 1981 North Delta contract, nor the water rights decisions from the 1960s.
All right, move on, please, Ms. Desjardins. Next topic area.
I would like to assert a standing objection to not being able to ask questions about the permit terms of the permits that are being amended by this change petition. Thank you.
You are welcome to make arguments when your case comes up.
Yeah.
But your right to ask questions, Ms. Desjardins, is subject to my finding that is relevant, first of all, to the testimony that this witness presented, and that you are able to make that relevance clear. So your objection is noted. It is overruled. Move on.
Okay. Just respectfully wanted to state that
when
I'm
most
not a
people
water
say
rights
respectfully,
user.
they mean the opposite, so I would discourage you from using that word again.
Okay. I would just like to note that I am not a water rights user, so that's why I was asking the question of Mr. Van Lobensels. But I'd like to go to Exhibit DDJ 129. And with respect to what this is, let's go to page 2. So this is for Mr. Van Lobensels and Daniel Wilson and Richard Elliott. There was a complaint filed by the Department of Water Resources in 2014. It says they alleged that South and Central Delta diverters were illegally diverting water in excess of their water rights. Mr. Van Lobensels, it states all riparian and pre-1914 claimants required to submit the following information. Were you required to submit this information? Did you get this letter, and were you required to submit this information?
I have seen this letter. I did not, as I recall, we were not required to submit information. In the North Delta area, again, we have riparian, pre-1914, and contractual rights. So to the extent that our riparian and pre-1914 rights may have been challenged, the North Delta Water Agency contract took care of any water that we needed. So as I recall, we did not have to comply with this letter relying upon our contract with the state of California.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Barzell, did you have something to say?
I'm going to object to the relevance of a unsubstantiated letter at this point. We don't have a lot of foundation on this letter. If we take it at its face value, it is not relevant to this proceeding, as the department and Reclamation have not asserted any challenge to the water rights of Mr. Van Lobensel's or any of the other panelists at this time. This would be apparently in a different proceeding at a different point in time and not part of the California WaterFix.
What was your point, Ms. Desjardins, in asking this question?
There were concerns expressed prior to granting the permits about the commingling of stored water and unstored water. It's not an argument that I can complete at this point in time, but I do believe that this is, if we scroll up to the top, this is a water right order that was made by the board. It's an order for additional information. I can make more of a case about the relevance of this information, and particularly with respect to permit term 14 of the Bureau contracts, which requires them to report to the board the location and amount of stored water that's diverted.
Ms. Desjardins, you may make such argument in your case in chief. The objection is sustained. Move on, please.
Thank you. I'd like to go to, I would also like to assert a standing objection to this. Thank you. I'd like to go to Mr.
And your
Wilson.
standing objection is standingly overruled.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go to page 2 of Daniel Wilson's testimony. Yeah, line 20, thank you. Page 2, line 13. So you state there's much discussion about modeling of future scenarios and regulations that would ensure future diversions do not harm water users in the Delta. The modeling is inadequate and inaccurate by its very nature. The petitioners have made clear the modeling is for comparative purposes only, and cross-examination has revealed serious problems with even relying on the modeling for comparative purposes. Mr. Wilson, I just wanted to ask you, do you have an idea of the amount of water that would be diverted at the intake in different seasons from the evidence that was presented?
Well, I think that the intakes are designed for 9,000 cubic feet a second, and I can't imagine they would design it for 9,000 cubic feet a second if that wasn't their intention on certain time periods. It wouldn't make any sense to divert less than that.
Okay. So I'd like to go to the October 30th, 2015 hearing notice.
And since you're referring to a document that we all should be familiar with, what is your question?
Page 9, there's a table there that I can't replicate, but page 9 has a list of the permits. Mr. Wilson, this states that these are the permits for the DWR that are thought to be changed. The maximum export amount is 10,350 CFS. Are you aware of the DWR's permit limit of 10,350?
Not that specific number, but now that I look at it, it's the ability of the pumps to pump 15,000 and the ability of the pipeline to move 9,000 is the two numbers that I'm concerned with. Regardless of what permits say, the permits can be changed.
Let me go to page 10. because it's a combined, let's go to page 10, which also has the Bureau's permits. So the Bureau's permits, permit, if you see up there, 12721, 12722, 12723 are for 8,000, 1,000, and 9,000 CFS, a total of 18,000 CFS. And those are also, the Bureau is also seeking to add the tunnels as a point of rediversion. So it will be combined between the two of those. It does this, are you aware of any, are you aware that the Bureau is also seeking this change?
Yes, I am.
Were you aware of this limit on it's a fairly large limit on the total amount of direct diversion on the Sacramento River?
I don't actually see it as a limit, given the fact that the sum of the two permits exceeds the capacity of the pumps and exceeds the capacity of the tunnels. It's not really relevant to me, at least.
So did you look for any limit in the application that constrained the potential diversions below 15,000 CFS?
No, I did not, because I assumed that if it's on paper, it can be changed. And this has been our logic since the late 70s with the peripheral canal, that the plumbing existed, the water could go. So no, I have not researched the permits to any great degree.
So are you aware that DWR is required to give both, under its permit terms, to give both the location and the amount diverted prior to adding a new point of diversion to its permits?
I guess in a general, rational sort of way, yes. I'm aware that's the whole point of these hearings, I assume.
Do you have, so you're just assuming that they will divert them at the maximum CFS that's feasible given the permit and regulatory constraints?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Okay.
Where are you
Is there
going?
some way
Ms.
I can...
Ms. Desjardins, where are you going with this line of questioning?
I was just trying to ask, to follow up, Mr. Wilson said that he thought that they could divert at 15,000 CFS, and I was just trying to follow up on that.
I think he has already answered that.
Mr. Wilson, are you aware that there is a permit term that states that a Delta water user will not be severed from their water supply without an agreement or without condemnation proceedings for DWR?
Are you referring to a riparian water user or any kind of water user?
It's specifically with respect to water users in the Delta.
Am I aware that we can't have our water cut off or destroyed without some kind of permit or deal? Yeah.
No, this is a permit term in DWRs, in the permits that are sought to be amended.
And why are you asking Mr. Wilson about terms in DWR's permit?
Because respectfully, the board put them there.
Strike that word from your vocabulary, please, when addressing me.
Because the board did put them there in consideration of the rights of the areas of origin.
Yes, but Mr. Wilson is not an expert in someone else's permit. Move on.
Okay. I think that's all of my questioning. Thank you.
Ms. Seward.
Nikki Seward with Snug Harbor Resorts. Is this on?
No.
This one? Vicki Seward with Snug Harbor Resorts, and I did ask to have one of my slide sets from operations actually be pulled up, and I just am using a few slides from this since I've used this, and these questions are for Mr. Lobenzel. So this first map, I like to work with graphics and maps because I think it's a little bit easier to explain what I'm talking about, and if you can explain too, when I ask you where locations are, this particular map is GeoTracker. It's from water boards. I brought it up a couple different times. The little green dots, they happen to be water supply wells, different ones. There's public ones and private ones and monitoring ones, but this happens to be drinking water wells in particular. I'm using this map because Mr. Lobenzel, can you describe roughly where Sutter Slough is and Steamboat Slough? Can you make reference?
So if on the map you see the town of Cortland, Sutter Slough is approximately across the river from Cortland, and Steamboat Slough is approximately maybe 2 miles south of Cortland. Both of them are on the west side of the Sacramento River.
Okay, thank you. Are both of these natural tributaries of the Sacramento River that you know of?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm asking you the questions because you've been in Delta a long time and you keep referring to common sense, and I like that. Okay, so if there's insufficient flow on Steamboat and Sutter Slough, does it matter how that insufficient flow occurred?
In my estimation, it really doesn't matter how it occurred. Whether it's drought, diversion, whatever. If there's insufficient flow, there will be results regardless of how it occurred.
Okay, so my line of questioning isn't necessarily about what causes the insufficient flow, whether it's tunnels, whether it's other conveyance methods. I'm just mostly going to focus on downriver from whatever method takes the water. Okay, so could we go to slide 60, please? No, that's not it. Sorry. Could you go up one or down, please? No. Page. Okay, can you go down again? We're gonna have trouble. Okay, go back up one. I don't know why these numbers aren't correct. Sorry, I have the exact same thing from online on my phone. I'm gonna see if I can find the next one.
Ms. Ward, your note said page 50. 50, not 60. Does that help?
Okay, I may have written it wrong, but let me go over to page 50. Okay, how about if we try 52, please? There we go. We'll just go to that one. So this is sort of that same map that I started out with. Green dots are wells, drinking water wells. And is this representation, Mr. Lobenzel, of the area of Steamboat Slough and Sutter Slough that you just mentioned?
So I have the pointer now, so it'll be a little easier for people to tell. Again, here's the town of Cortland. Sutter Slough cuts it right across there and joins, Sutter Slough joins Elk Slough here, and Steamboat Slough is down here and comes into Minor and Elk Slough down here.
Okay, so do you see the blue arrows that I actually added? And that's why I don't have the reference to the gamma map, because I did edit this map and I put arrows in. So the blue arrows, is that the general outflow?
So as the
Ignoring the red
diversion
lines.
sites, the diversion sites that are being proposed are up here upstream. And so any flow coming down would come down, and as it hits these other channels that break off from the Sacramento River, part of the flow goes down this way, part of the flow would come down Steamboat Slough, part of the flow would continue down towards Walnut Grove. So the flow, as it comes down from the diversion sites, begins to be divided at this point right in Cortland.
Okay, thank you. But before any projects, and so I'm asking how it flows now. When water flows into Sutter Slough, does the water keep going down to Steamboat Slough, or does it split off to Miners Slough?
It comes down and it crosses over to Minor in this complex here, which is what is that slough there? Minor Slough.
Miners, yeah.
So part of it goes again down Minor, part of it comes down this way. So it sort of just dissipates out according to how many channels it has to go into.
Okay. Okay, can we go to slide, let's see, 43, please? Okay, so this particular slide, again, I'm going to emphasize, does it matter how the water's taken? When we're talking about downriver locations, I'm concerned about the impact. So this particular slide, the one on the right, was from the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, and it is a reference to salinity impacts if there are barriers put at Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough. Have you seen something that looks like this before?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about in the 1970s, I think 77, there were barriers.
Yes, that was a series of drought years, and barriers were placed in Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough and perhaps other places as well in order to keep flow from going to the west side of the Sacramento River, keep the freshest water going down towards Locke, the cross channels, and more down here towards Tracy. So the idea was to control the salt water down in this area and cut flow going to the west side of the Sacramento River. But there were dams in Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough.
Okay, and so on the west side, what does that say? Saltier with barriers. Was that the experience?
There were two experiences that occurred. There was more salt water down here at the bottom end of Ryer Island, and also the flows or the river levels actually dropped, and pumps south or downstream from those barriers either didn't work or worked very efficiently. We had several pumps that we couldn't pump water out of all summer long when those barriers were in place.
Okay, thank you. So if the tunnels are installed and there's 9,000 cubic feet per second leaving, which means there's only 5,000 cubic feet per second because that was the bypass flow, and that greenish gray, do you think that's going to, where do you think the green gray line's going to go instead, since the water won't be flowing down Georgiana?
Hold on a second, Mr. Mizell.
I'm going to object to the expertise of this particular witness to talk about the hydrologic effects of the proposed project, particularly given the misstatements of what's being proposed by the questioner in this particular circumstance. We've seen no statements of qualifications about Mr. Van Lobensel's being an expert in hydrology, and his bio provided in his testimony certainly doesn't lay that foundation.
If I may, Mr. Van Lobensel's was not designated as an expert. I understand that his testimony is as a percipient witness.
Actually, Ms. Meserve indicated earlier that he is both a recipient and expert witness.
Enough. Mr. Mizell, we'll take your objections under consideration in weighing the evidence provided by this witness. Please answer to the best of your ability.
So the question, as I understand it, is how would reduced flow from diversion sites or any other reason from up in this area affect the west side of the river. The flow coming down, the first tributaries to receive the reduced flow would be these two, the Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough. And if you have reduced flows, those hit down into the river down here. Reduced flows result in less hydraulic barrier to salt water, number one, and number two, increased stationary time. There's a specific term, and both of them relate to water quality. So I would expect that whole area on the west side would be saltier.
So the whole area on the west side and as well as the whole area in the central delta, since they won't have...
I would assume that bypass flows would be adjusted, and this is just an assumption, because the well or the pumps down in Tracy would be protected to a certain extent from the saltwater intrusion by flow coming down the main stem of the Sacramento River through the gates at Locke and down into the central delta. So a key element of the central the State Water Project and the Bureau would be to maintain the salinity at the pumps in Tracy. So I would imagine that there might be some degradation, but less there than on the west side tributaries.
Okay, that makes a lot of common sense. Okay, so I would like to go back to, I think, slide 20. Let's see if we can. So same thing, it's the flow and the little barrier things were taken off, and the DWR had provided information of flow splits. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but if there's 5,000 cubic feet of flow left on the Sacramento River, and you have Steamboat Slough, Sutter Slough, the Delta Cross Channel, Georgiana, and lower Sacramento River all to share that 5,000 cubic feet per second of flow. Do you think that's enough flow to keep saltwater encroachment out?
I think that any reduction in flow beyond what we're dealing with today, and any reduction in outflow from what we're dealing today into the bay, will result in more saltwater intrusion than we have today. The delta is saltier than it has been historically. Only approximately 48% of the unimpaired flow from the Sacramento and San Joaquin River reaches the bay, and that again is the hydraulic barrier to the ocean. So if you reduce that to 5,000 CFS beyond these pumps, you will have a reduced outflow and you will have increased saltwater intrusion, yes.
Do you think that we've had enough flow in the last couple years and drought years, or do you think has there been sufficient flow?
Well, there have been some relaxation of standards, and I understand that as conditions are what they are, you have to deal with them, and we all do the best we can. I would have liked to have seen more flow in the Sacramento River and more flow out to the bay. I think everybody in the state would, and so insufficient, yes, but that's what Mother Nature gives us, and that's what we have to deal with.
Okay. I think I do want to ask you a little about the North Delta Water Agency. You've been in the Delta for a long time, and I'd like to understand better how it protects your rights and mine. First of all, I better say I have a photo there of Snug Harbor, and I'm on Steamboat Slough, and I'm downriver from everything you're talking about.
So I would anticipate an objection, but not hearing one yet, I will start. I see standing up, so should I wait?
That was very well done, Mr. Van Lovensells.
Yes, we'll object to this line of questioning.
Ms. Seward?
I am also a party to, and one of the water uses protected by the North Delta Water Agency contract. And I actually submitted it as one of my evidence pieces. And if you want me to bring that up, I just wanted to understand a good summary from, one of the people that's been very involved in all that for a lot of years.
That sounds, however, like asking for a legal opinion, which Mr. Van Lovensells is not, and his attorneys might want to jump in as well.
We agree he's not here as a legal expert.
I'm sorry, he's not here as a legal expert, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. Let's not ask him for a legal opinion, Ms. Seward.
Okay, then I'm done with him. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, just very briefly. Just sticking with Mr. Van Lovensells for a moment. You were asked on cross-exam about whether replacement water supplies might prevent injury. And I wanted you to just clarify, could you clarify whether the way that your delivery system in RD 744 works was part of your response about the impact being permanent?
The way Reclamation District 744 works, and I don't know, OSHA, if there's a map you can throw up there.
That would be land 60, I believe. Yes, 60.
Can you enlarge it, please? Hit it one time. So my diversion, 06, is right here. In fact, it's actually just a little bit further to the south, but it goes into a ditch there and goes down into the reclamation district ditches and irrigates, basically can be distributed all the way up to here and all the way down to here. So all of this land to the south of that can be irrigated from that diversion site. In the reclamation district, there's a high point right here. And water that is here goes that way, water that is here goes this way. The proposed mitigation site, I believe...
For the record, can we indicate where here is when you're talking about the high point?
So the high point is right at the northern border of the project footprint, and the
intersection of the red and green lines.
Correct. The proposed mitigation for losing this diversion site was to put a temporary diversion site somewhere up in here, which would then go out just north of the project footprint, and which would extend out into the reclamation district ditch south of the high point. The difficulty there is I can't irrigate everything that I can from here, from 06. Actually, they projected, they wanted to go north of this high point. And so the difficulty is bringing the water back south over that high point. You can't do it. So that diversion site was not feasible. And that's the thing about mitigation. It has to be feasible. In this case, it wasn't. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So just to be clear, do you think that the measures that we saw on DWR 2 errata, slide 19, specifically providing groundwater wells or an alternate water supply, would be effective in preventing injury?
No.
And are you the only water user that would be injured if this water system that's shown in green here on land 60 was cut off from the river water supply?
No, there are about 3 other farmers that would also be affected.
And are you aware, Mr. Van Lobensel's, that the recirculated draft EIS concludes that both construction and operation would result in significant and unavoidable groundwater impacts?
That's what the EIR shows.
Okay. And then I just have a couple of redirect questions for Mr. Elliott. Just to clarify, since we talked about Rose Ranch and you were asked about the remaining portion and how an alternative supply might be provided, and just to clarify, are you concerned about the ability to operate that ranch with the portion of it gone adjacent to the river, even if a water supply could be provided?
Yes, I am.
And if we could, Ms. Aykroyd asked you about land 25, page 2, lines 13 and 14. Could we bring that up quickly, please? In that portion of your testimony, on lines 13 and 14, the citation, can you read to me what the citation to your on file with Water Board water rights are on line 14?
Lands dash 53 and land 7.
Okay. And let's take a look at land 7 if we could, please, first. And Mr. Elliott, this is a map of your water rights that we provided in your protest. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then if we could go to the land most recent exhibit list and look at the portion of the exhibit list that begins with 50. And I'd like to have you read the portion of that exhibit list that is just above the line of land 50 once that comes up, please. Be just above where it says land 50. What does it say above that?
It says evidence by reference pursuant to 23 CC. It says evidence by reference pursuant to 23 CCR section 648-3, exhibits 50 and through 55.
And so does land 53, what does that say?
It says Richard Elliott water rights are described in the protest file on January 5th, 2016.
So, Mr. Elliott, your testimony, in fact, does not refer to land 55 as a basis for your water rights, does it?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Recross, Mr. Mizell first, then followed by Ms. Aykroyd, sorry.
So, Mr. Long, if we could bring up land 60. Mr. Van Lobensel's, you just indicated in response to redirect that there is a location that you've apparently discussed with somebody about a mitigated intake location. Is that correct?
I thought I had seen a map with a notation not identified, but I see it is further to the south. So it could be that there has never been a pump site located or indicated. However, the point is that it provide mitigation would be difficult given the topography of the reclamation district.
Okay, so with that clarification, there have been no conversations as of yet as to a specific mitigation location for an intake site?
No, there's been no discussion with anybody about any kind of mitigation for any of the impacts associated with this project in Reclamation District 744. There's been no contact at all.
Do you believe it's physically impossible to plumb water to the existing high point of your ditch system from an alternative
I do
intake
not believe it's, okay.
of your irrigation system from a replacement intake?
Well, judging from this project, anything can be engineered. So I would suggest that you can do it.
Okay, so there are plumbing possibilities to overcome gravity.
We do it all the time. It's called pumping.
Excellent. Are you aware that the recirculated draft EIR, EIS impacts on groundwater were modified by a groundwater memo by Gwen Buchholz?
I have not seen that memo.
I believe we looked at it earlier on my cross-examination. Do we need to bring it up again?
Yes.
Mr. Long, I believe it's DWR 29218. So previously we discussed this memorandum. Do you recall what we discussed about this memo from Gwen Buchholz?
No, go ahead and ask your question.
Are you aware that the department has committed to using slurry cutoff walls to avoid the impacts to groundwater outside of the immediate construction dewatering area?
I am aware that they're proposing to use slurry walls to attempt to mitigate. There is nothing that I have been able to ascertain that would establish that that would be feasible and that would accomplish the result. It's a concept at this point and nothing more as far as I'm concerned.
Are you aware of the testimony of the expert, Mr. Toodles? I'm very sorry, Mr. Tootle. His testimony about if slurry cutoff walls are constructed appropriately, they are an effective solution to minimizing groundwater impacts.
That was his testimony, but his testimony was also that it's very difficult to understand what will happen because there's very little knowledge as to how they would function within the delta. And so given a static environment, I think as DWR portrayed in their analysis of it, they could be quite effective, but then that assumes more than we know. So I think that you minimized or you summarized something that wasn't actually his conclusion.
Are you aware that the groundwater impacts described in the recirculated draft EIR, EIS are not based upon your skepticism over slurry cutoff walls?
Objection, argumentative.
Mr. Mizell, rephrase that, please.
Are you aware of the basis on which the recirculated draft EIR, EIS discussed groundwater impacts?
Objection, vague and ambiguous and overbroad.
If you do not know, you just answer, Mr. Van Lobenfeld.
I will say that in a lot of cases, from my perspective, the mitigation and the results from the mitigation have been overly optimistic.
And what is that statement based upon?
That basically says that the real feasibility of many of these mitigation measures and the actual result may be not as effective as portrayed in the EIR, EIS.
But didn't we just discuss that we can engineer quite a lot of solutions for supplying surface water, for instance?
Groundwater is entirely different. With surface water, you can put in pipelines, you can do a variety of things. With groundwater, you're dealing with many different layers of different materials, as was stated earlier, and so it's far more difficult to predict what will happen.
Are you aware of the use of slurry cutoff walls anywhere else in the Delta for construction projects?
Not for a construction project. I'm aware that Safeco has installed slurry walls into the levees north of Freeport and throughout that area for flood control.
Are you aware of the Freeport diversion project?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware of any groundwater problems surrounding the Freeport diversion project?
No, but I'm not sure that that is completely applicable what's being proposed here. You've got an entirely different situation. We're not dewatering there. Here you're dewatering and trying to avoid that, whereas at the Freeport facility it's entirely different.
So it's your understanding that the Freeport diversion facility was constructed in the wet? In the wet?
I have no idea how it was constructed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to just ask one question to Mr. Elliott. Is it your assertion that it is physically impossible to engineer plumbing to mitigate for temporary disruptions of your intake?
Objection calls for expert testimony in engineering. Physically impossible?
Mr. Elliott, just provide your opinion to the best that you can. If you do not know, then say you don't know.
I really don't know.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Aykroyd, who else has recrossed? All right, Ms. Aykroyd.
Rebecca Aykroyd for San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Just a few questions for Mr. Elliott. First, Mr. Long, if you could please pull back up Land 25 at page 2. Lines 12 to 14. Thank you. Now, Mr. Elliott, a moment ago during redirect, I believe you testified that you are not relying on exhibits Land 53 or Land 7 as support for your riparian or pre-14 water rights. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
What was your question again, Ms. Aykroyd?
I can restate that slightly.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Elliott, are you relying on either Land 53 or Land 7 as support for your claimed riparian or pre-1914 water rights?
I guess, yes.
Thank you. And I understand from the questions during redirect, you're also referencing and relying here on water rights documentation that are on file with the State Water Board. Is that right?
Yes.
But land hasn't provided any specific documentation in support of these water rights in this proceeding. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
And you haven't testified today to any information specifically describing the basis for your claimed riparian or pre-1914 water rights. Is that correct?
Are you asking me if I have them or how I'm saying I have them? I have them.
I can clarify the question.
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
I wanted to confirm that you haven't testified today as to the specific basis for your claimed riparian or pre-1914 water rights. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. And not seeing any other requests, I will thank Mr. Wilson, Mr. Van Lobensells, and Mr. Elliott very much for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
And with that, I was going to ask the court reporter, do you need a short break or? Okay, maybe a quick 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a short 5-minute break. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. If you could grab a seat, we are going to resume with cross-examination of Mr. Tootle and Mr. Pike. I have some remaining cross-examination by 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 parties. Again, I would strongly encourage all of you conducting cross-examination to be efficient, but most importantly, to make sure that your questions are relevant to the issues before us in this hearing. I recognize that these are expert witnesses that may generate a lot of interest in you in terms of various topic areas. Feel free to explore them at your own time with respect to appearing before this board in this proceeding. We have to ensure that the cross-examination is within the realm and is relevant to the issues before us. So I don't mean to be too strict, but I do need to keep all of you very focused on that narrow focus of this hearing, and specifically focus of the cross-examination of these witnesses. So with that, and unfortunately, Ms. Desjardins was not here to hear that little lecture from me. So Mr. Herrick, perhaps you could do me a favor and repeat that to Ms. Desjardins. Thank you. With that, then, Ms. Morris has left, but does the state water contractor have cross-examination? All right. That leads me to Ms. Aykroyd. This might go quicker than I thought. Mr. Herrick. This is cross-examination of these 2 witnesses.
Thank you. Once again, John Herrick, South Delta et al. I'll be very, very brief. I just have a couple questions for Mr. Tootle. Mr. Tootle, you testified about the slurry walls and the potential problems associated therewith, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any geologic information that leads you to believe that there is a sufficient impermeable barrier down to a certain point so the slurry wall can make a connection with that impermeable layer?
That's a great point. It speaks to one of the figures I presented that was idealized in nature. And in my opinion, there's insufficient data to support a continuous impermeable layer to tie those slurry walls into at the proposed locations.
Mr. Tootle, is your microphone on, or can you get closer if it isn't?
Is that better? The green light is on.
Maybe it's when you turn to talk to me.
Oh,
I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know. So although slurry walls might be usable in this circumstance, until one gets down to the bottom of the slurry wall, one doesn't know whether or not water is going to be leaking in while you're trying to dewater that area, correct?
That is correct. That's what I meant when I referred to if they're constructed properly. That would be one of the components that I was referring to, that they did have a complete cutoff at the bottom of the wall.
And in addition, if you don't know the geological conditions around the slurry walls, you don't know where, from what direction, water may flow in to that area, correct?
That's correct. It's difficult to tell where the water is flowing from and flowing to.
And that's the point, isn't it, that if you don't have that subsurface information, one cannot make conclusions about whether or not other areas or people or interests are being harmed, correct?
That is correct.
And just briefly, there was I think it was DWR 574, we don't have to bring that up, but it was that representation of the tunnel with the neighboring well and then an area that said, full of water with various soil types in it. Do you remember that question?
I do.
And isn't it true that in the delta there can be sand lenses in various places, connected or not, running in various directions, interspersed in between other layers that may be less permeable, correct?
That is correct.
And unless you know what those layers are and where they are and to the extent they go in any direction, you can't tell whether or not one area's water supply is connected to another area, correct?
That is correct.
And so your concern is that two 40-foot tunnels, if that's what their diameter are, might interfere with some sort of layer that is allowing water to pass that goes to somebody's well, correct?
That is a likelihood, correct.
Are you aware of any such geologic information that's been provided by DWR in order to assess the impacts to any of the wells that were mentioned today in today's testimony?
I think there's wholly insufficient information to draw that conclusion.
Mr. Tootle, do you know whether or not the dewatering of the well, excuse me, let me start over. The theory that the proponents can put slurry walls around an area and dewater it, do you know whether or not that might have an effect on the neighboring levees?
I think the potential for that exists. Again, it would depend on the subsurface stratigraphy that's very complicated and how it interrelates to the project site and how close the project site is to the levees, which there's many locations where it's right at the levee location.
So if the dewatering, notwithstanding any slurry walls, affects the water flow under a levee, that may or may not affect that levee's stability, is that correct?
If the slurry wall isn't constructed in a manner that prevents anything from coming through, if it doesn't penetrate an impermeable layer we discussed before, it could have a negative impact on the adjacent levee structures.
Thank you. And lastly, there were some questions with regards to the at-water map or maps that you used in your presentation. Do you recall those questions? Yes. And those at-water maps provide lines with arrows which indicate either current or historic water flow, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And the purpose of those maps, I think, was to indicate historic waterways or current waterways.
They do, yes.
And any historic waterway would be the result of natural hydrologic conditions, flows of water, and materials that may be in the water and the land that the water flows on, correct?
That's correct.
And is there any dispute that when the natural processes like that created channels in the delta, that they left certain footprints that we can see today?
I'm unaware of anybody that disputes that.
And what those old channels, they're actually the result of those processes, and we can see that they've deposited lighter materials in certain areas and heavier materials in other areas, correct?
That's correct.
And until one does an investigation, one doesn't know how deep any of those materials may go until then one doesn't know, correct?
That's correct.
And is there any information that you've seen presented by petitioners that indicates whether or not any of those sand lenses or coarser materials left over from historic channels intersect the line of the tunnels, the proposed line of the tunnels?
I've only seen some borings that was on one of the exhibits we demonstrated that had soil stratigraphy at the one location. Soil stratigraphy logged at those specific locations.
And lastly, I believe you were asked questions about whether or not the at-water maps were simply aerial views of the geology. Do you remember that?
I do.
But I thought you said earlier in your testimony that you'd also confirm that aerial photographs show things like the sand lenses from those previous channels, correct?
You can see tonal differences in the ground surface that indicate those former channels that you're talking about. Tonal, there's color differences there's tonal differences in the color of the ground surface.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Let the record also show that during the break, Ms. Heinrich left us, and we're now joined by Ms. Samantha Olson. Ms. Desjardins, you were out of the building, out of the room, when I gave some instructions with respect to cross-examination. Rather than repeating myself, I've asked Mr. Herrick to have a side conversation with you. So before we get to your cross-examination, he will do that, and I will turn right now to Ms. Seward for her cross-examination.
I don't have any questions for the rest of the witnesses.
Then I would suggest you have a chat with Mr. Herrick anyway, but thank you. Ms. Seward.
Hi, Nikki Seward for Snug Harbor. I haven't met you before. Hello. So I just want to ask a little couple questions, and I did have a map that's up for me, but not up there. Is that okay? I just want to make sure you can see it. I just like to use maps for references. This particular map is from Water Boards, and it tracks where all the different drinking water wells are in the Delta. So I'm going to be asking you questions about impacts to drinking water wells, not just right in the pathway of the proposed tunnel construction, but potentially other areas. But first I'd like to ask you, have you had any previous experience with issues around water well in the Delta? Have you worked on any other issues in the Delta?
I've worked on multiple projects that included well locations within their footprint and had to monitor the water levels in them and abandon them for different purposes. So I'm familiar with water wells in the area, yes.
Could you tell me what projects were those?
They included a River Islands development project. I've installed some wells in different reclamation districts, including RD17.
Could you say the island names for reference?
I'm sorry, Stewart Tract, Mossdale Tract, Ryer Island.
Okay.
Or some examples.
Okay, and what did you do with Ryer Island?
I reviewed their well information that they had. I installed some monitoring wells of my own and monitored them over a period of time.
Okay. Was that monitoring groundwater or hydraulic pressure from Yellow Bypass, or?
I'm sorry, it was groundwater elevations that we were monitoring.
Okay, and what time period was that?
It was over a course of a year we did the monitoring. So it was approximately a 12 to 13 month period. That was several years ago now. I don't remember, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, possibly.
Was it 2000? It's kind of important, the year. Is it 2012 or 10?
I believe it was before 2012. Okay. Sorry, I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Were those monitoring wells, where were they located? Ryer Island's 11,000 acres or something. It's pretty big.
There's a duck club that I think is adjacent to Minor Slough, approximately 2/3 of the way up the island, I guess.
On this map, is it, can you see the word 5 Points?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so is that duck club below that? I see a green dot below that.
I believe it is below the words 5 Points.
Okay, there's sort of what looks like a restoration area on Ryer Island. Is that the area where you're doing the monitoring wells?
I guess the duck club could look like a restoration area, so it was just to the east of that location, yes.
Okay.
And Ms. Seward, help me understand. Why is this important to me?
I was just, what happens in one area of Ryer Island impacts other areas of Ryer Island. Whatever happens upriver happens downriver. So I wasn't actually aware of this particular project, but so I was curious. Okay, where's this one?
Be curious on your own time, please.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to ask. This map gives an indication of many other drinking water wells in the Delta. If you see that, right? That's what the green dots are.
Yes, I would accept that. That's what this map is intended to show.
Okay. In your experience as a hydrologist and everything, is it possible that more than just 15 drinking water wells would be impacted by the operation of the twin tunnels?
I think I would stipulate that there's a potential to impact more than 15.
Would you have an idea? Could you, just looking at this map, by the way, this is public drinking water wells. This is not all the wells that are out there, or these are just ones that have monitoring results. Would you say that, would it be 50, 100?
I couldn't speculate. You do bring up a good point, that there is not one comprehensive database of all the water wells that are in the Central Valley or the Delta specifically. And so to pinpoint an exact number is extremely difficult. I don't have that information. I'm not sure it exists in one location anywhere, frankly.
I think water boards is getting pretty good at this. They've got a lot of them, I think, now. It is in different areas, but they're getting there. So in your mind, is the impact to wells, if outside of the 15 that DWR admits would be irreversibly damaged, is the impact to other wells something that you would assume there would be other impact?
Yes, Mr. Mizell, we will strike the part about irreversible damage to those 15 wells.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Ignore that part, Mr. Tootle.
What I'm meaning to say, not counting the 15 wells that have been recognized by the WaterFix
Objection, she's
documentation.
misstating the testimony and the petitioners, so I think it's too confusing.
Oh, Ms. Meserve is defending you, Mr. Mizell.
Let's see, how can I say this?
If I might just clarify, it's 15 diversions that are in the PowerPoint DWR2 errata identified as being permanently or temporarily damaged by the project. So it's not wells. There actually have been no wells identified.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Thank you. So I'm talking about drinking water wells. I did think there were some that were identified, but
let's not testify. What
okay.
is your question?
Okay. Do you, based on your experience, do you anticipate that any drinking water wells could be impacted by operation of the tunnels, meaning taking, most of the water out of the Sacramento River for diversion into the tunnels?
Yes, Mr. Mizell is going to object to that as well. Mr. Tootle, what is your opinion with respect to impacts to groundwater wells? Well, actually, we already answered that question. Where are you going with this, Ms. Seward?
Okay, let me try it a different way. Let me say, can we have SHR 24?
It'd be really helpful if you just ask your question without casting aspersions into what you believe the petitioners are requesting or doing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. What I'm trying to understand, if in your experience, do you believe that groundwater, drinking water wells, particularly shallow ones, would be impacted by diversion of Sacramento River water from the North Delta? And I brought up this graphic. This is a graphic from...
Let's not refer to the graphics just yet. Mr. Tootle, just answer her question, ignoring the graphics for now, based on whatever work you've done in preparation for this hearing.
I think the project as proposed has a definite potential to injure water users through just the existence of the project, not necessarily specifically the operation. That was what my testimony was directed to. So the operations of the project I haven't really evaluated, but the presence of the project could injure the adjacent water users.
Thank you. So now I will refer to this graphic, and this comes from the Bay Delta Conservation Plan modeling. And it's just a nice way of referring to how aquifers, how river and aquifer or groundwater might interchange. Trying to word it correctly, in your understanding, is there a hydraulic connectivity between the rivers or the sloughs, like Steamboat Slough, and the drinking water aquifer? Do they interchange?
I'm sorry, did you mention a specific slough?
I said Steamboat Slough, but let's say any North Delta slough. I was trying to be very specific.
Yes, try to be very specific. Let's focus on Steamboat Slough.
Okay, Steamboat Slough. Is there hydraulic connectivity between the flow on Steamboat Slough and the aquifer, the drinking water aquifer below it?
I don't have any specific knowledge of that connection at Steamboat Slough.
Okay. If, sort of a hypothetical, but if documentation indicates that there is hydraulic connectivity between flows on Minor Slough and like Prospect Island, for example, would you assume that if that area, which Minor Slough is just a little bit north of us, northwest, if there's connectivity between Minor Slough and the drinking water aquifer right there, right where you were doing monitoring, wouldn't it make sense that there would be the same type of connectivity on Steamboat Slough?
I think it's possible. The geologic processes were similar that created both those locations, but I have no specific knowledge of it.
Okay. What would you anticipate? How do drinking water aquifers get replenished?
And that is a very general question.
Okay. In the Delta, in the North Delta, on Steamboat Slough, how do you believe the drinking water aquifer is replenished?
It would greatly depend on the specific aquifer in question. So I think that question is too general to have a specific answer.
Okay. If there is not sufficient freshwater flow on Steamboat Slough and Lower Sacramento River going out past Rio Vista, would one expect salinity encroachment?
Encroachment into what?
Into the Sacramento River and Steamboat Slough?
I believe the possibility exists.
Okay. And I do also, it's just one other question about the when everybody was asking about the I don't know what's called, the coffer dams and all that. I didn't it's like a big metal bathtub. Would that be a good description of it?
I believe the intent is to use a slurry mixture, which is a mixture of water and a low permeability clay. So it's not a metal object, but I believe the intent of the cutoff walls are for them to be a soil medium and not a steel medium.
Okay. So when groundwater flows and hits that, will that groundwater go underneath it, above it, to the side?
Mr. Mizell?
On the last question, I believe it was addressed to the cofferdams. And if that's the case, I think we're confusing things. For the clarity of the record, I believe the response was in regard to the slurry cutoff walls, not the cofferdams. And I'd like the two to be specifically identified, I guess.
I apologize. I may be saying the wrong thing. The area around the construction of the intakes that would keep water out of the construction area. On the other side of whatever keeps the water out of the construction area, groundwater is going to hit that. And I'm a little concerned if we have a wet year and there's a lot of water, where is that water going to go? Hydraulically speaking, what happens to that water?
Do you have an opinion, Mr. Tootle?
It would greatly depend, again, on what the actual subsurface conditions are. And so it's difficult to answer that question. There isn't really a sufficient amount of information to make a determination as to which direction the water may flow in any one of these locations.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly. Mr. Tootle, we talked a lot about the cutoff walls. What special conditions in the Delta, as you understand them, make constructing effective cutoff wall difficult?
It's really the high variability of the materials in the subsurface. It's difficult to know exactly where the soils with high hydraulic conductivity or high permeability and where the soils with low permeability are. And so constructing them properly and getting a complete and effective seal is difficult just because of the high and complex variability of the soils you're working in.
And while, according to DWR 218, cutoff walls, if effectively constructed, could prevent drawdown of nearby wells, did you also conclude that cutoff walls may also cause injury to groundwater wells in the vicinity by lowering or cutting off supplies for those wells?
Yes, the attributes of the cutoff walls that make them effective for the construction dewatering mitigation are the same attributes that could cause the injury to the adjacent water users. So those cutoff walls are effective barriers to horizontal groundwater flow when constructed properly. And so that barrier to groundwater flow will remain in place and is the exact thing that could injure those water users.
You were asked by Mr. Mizell about reliance on Atwater, which is at land 40. In addition to Atwater in formulating your testimony, what other things, including your experience, did you rely on in drafting and talking about the testimony today?
I think I relied heavily on my experience. I mentioned Stewart Tract earlier. The last 2 construction seasons we've constructed relatively large below-grade excavations in the dry, did very extensive geotechnical explorations and geomorphological evaluations of what the subsurface was anticipated to be, with very dense boring and CPT data, exploration trenches, geophysical analysis. And when we excavated these areas, it was surprisingly different in a lot of locations. As much work as we did to identify what we thought would be there, we still were surprised. And it's experiences like that that lead me to believe that it's very difficult to know what you're going to encounter.
And Mr. Tootle, did you also rely on the conceptual engineering reports found at DWR 212 as well as at Land 65 in formulating your opinions and looking at those descriptions and figures?
I did.
The next question has to do with an exhibit that's called SCWA1. If you could bring that up, please. SCWA1. Mr. Mizell asked you in cross-examination about the closest well in relation. It's Sacramento County Water Agency. 1. Mr. Mizell asked you about the closest well. In preparing your testimony, did you also look at this exhibit called SCWA1?
I did.
And what does this show?
This shows 2 well locations that are less than 500 feet from the proposed tunnel location.
Mr. Mizell?
We will object to this as being not within his written testimony. I do not believe this exhibit was referenced in his written testimony and therefore constitutes surprise testimony.
This is response to Mr. Mizell's cross.
At no point did cross-examination bring up anything about the Sacramento County Water Agency's exhibits or well information. And in response to my question, Mr. Tootle did not indicate that he had relied upon this, nor that he was aware of any wells and how close they were to the tunnel alignment. Therefore, we went to a hypothetical instead. We may have conducted cross in a much different manner had this exhibit been indicated by him or his written testimony at that time.
Mr. Keeley, Ms. Meserve, was this exhibit mentioned in his testimony?
No, it was not.
Then I will sustain the objection. Move on, please.
Yes. If we could look at land 59, please, and just to clarify some of the questions that came up regarding land 59. In preparing for your testimony today, did you speak with the engineer Gerardo Dominguez that prepared this exhibit?
I did speak with him, yes.
And just to clarify the difference between the blue dot and the red dot at the bottom, which is covered by that gray part. There we go. Thank you. The map depicts a blue dot and a red dot. Did Mr. Dominguez describe what the red dot was derived from?
Yes, I did go back and re-reference that correspondence. And I mentioned many different sources of data that were used to collect or to prepare these maps. And the blue dots were intended to represent those locations that I mentioned where there was either latitude and longitude information or assessor's parcel number information. And then the red dots were intended to represent those locations where known land use exists that consumes domestic water. And it was also known that there is no municipal water supply to those locations. So a reasonable assumption was made that they were using a domestic water well.
And were the red dots, the potential potable systems, was that for marinas?
I believe it included marinas, yes.
Okay. And then with respect to land 58, if we could look at that briefly and look down at the legend, just to clarify, does this exhibit, Mr. Tootles, show the depth range of the wells that were discussed, that are mapped on here? If we could go to the legend, the white box.
Yes. So this particular legend indicates between 97 and 182 feet.
And just to clarify, why is that depth, why is that relevant to this discussion of injury to wells?
Portions of this proposed project extend within those ranges.
And did the petition or any other materials that you reviewed in preparation for this testimony include information regarding the location or depth of groundwater wells in the vicinity of the diversions or the tunnels and associated works?
I'm sorry, can you restate that for me?
In your review of materials that were part of the case in chief of the petitioners, did you find any information regarding the location or depth of groundwater wells in the vicinity of the proposed diversions?
Yes.
You did find locations within DWR's testimony?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. That's why I had to repeat it. In Land's information there was. I did not find any in DWR's. I apologize.
And do you believe that DWR has shown there will be no injury to groundwater users in the vicinity of the proposed tunnels, intakes, and other facilities?
I don't believe they've demonstrated that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recross? Anyone else? All right.
Hello again. Ms. Meserve just...
I'm sorry, for the record, is Mr. Mizell from DWR conducting recross?
Yes. Trip Mizell, DWR. Ms. Meserve just asked you some questions about the effectiveness of slurry cutoff walls and their construction. And I believe you were explaining that, similar to previously, that unless they're constructed correctly, they may not be effective. And that subsurface soils are, that you're not aware of the information that would give us certainty as to what we would experience. Are those correct generalizations of the testimony so far?
Yes.
Isn't it your testimony from earlier that you have not gathered any specific subsurface soil information to conclude that slurry walls are insufficient to block groundwater impacts at this time?
I don't recall that I testified to that.
Let me ask it a different way. What subsurface soil information have you gathered that is the basis of your claim that slurry cutoff walls cannot be effective?
I'm not sure I said they could not be effective. Maybe I don't understand the question, I'm sorry. If they're constructed properly, they can be very effective. I think I testified to that.
Okay, I believe when you were answering questions for Mr. Herrick, there was some question about whether or not we would reach a effective impermeable layer in constructing slurry cutoff walls. Do you recall that line of questioning with Mr. Herrick?
I do.
Do you have any information that would indicate whether or not we will reach an effective impermeable layer when constructing these slurry cutoff walls?
I have not conducted an independent geotechnical exploration at your proposed project locations. So I have not collected that information independently, and I have not seen any of that information presented by DWR.
Are you aware that the department has proposed the use of a concrete plug should there not be an impermeable layer found at these dewatering sites?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by a concrete plug.
How might one construct an effective slurry cutoff wall if an impermeable layer is not found?
If you can't tie into an impermeable layer at the base of the wall, water will go under the wall into your dewatered area.
And is there any way to prevent that, engineering-wise?
There is not.
Are you aware of any other major construction projects that use slurry walls in the Delta?
Can you clarify what you mean by construction projects?
Certainly. Are you aware of the Freeport Diversion Project?
I'm aware that it exists.
Are you aware of their use of slurry walls in the construction of that project?
I'm not aware of their construction processes, no.
Have you run any modeling or conducted any analyses regarding the direction of groundwater flows around the construction sites proposed in this project?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the testimony submitted by the department and Bureau of Reclamation regarding the direction of flows of groundwater in and around the construction site?
I've reviewed lots of documents. I can't say that I've reviewed them all.
You don't recall having reviewed that, however?
I don't recall.
Very good. Just indicated that in addition to relying upon Atwater, you also, excuse me, you also relied upon your experience with a Stewart Tract construction project. Is that, am I stating that correctly?
That's one of them, yes.
And I believe it was also your testimony that in that construction project, they constructed facilities in the dry.
That's correct.
What were the techniques used in that construction project?
Dewatering wells were installed to lower the groundwater table, and the project was constructed in that manner.
So there were no concerns about widespread dewatering during the construction of that project on Stewart Tract?
The owner of that project owned not just the site that they were working on, but vast tracts of land around it. And that owner was therefore not concerned about impacting their own use.
Were there any impacts beyond his property that you're aware of?
None that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much.
Did you have a question, Ms. Desjardins? You did not, you did not conduct cross. All right. If there's nothing else, then I will thank Mr. Tootle and Mr. Pike. And before we adjourn for the day, let me give all the parties, those here as well as those hopefully watching on webcast, a reminder and a request. The reminder is that you are prohibited from talking to us and the hearing team and the hearing staff, but you're not prohibited from talking to each other, especially all the parties who are protestants to this petition. So that's the reminder. The request is, as you're looking at each other's exhibits and testimonies, obviously there are a lot of expertise being offered by various parties, and many of you are interested as well as are curious about the variety of topics that these experts can provide. I would encourage you to make contact with them through their representatives, and I would encourage their representatives to the extent possible to accommodate those requests so that you can have those outside discussion without taking time during the process of these hearings to explore areas that are not relevant to the subject matter before us, not relevant to the issues that are before us that we need to make decisions on. And when I say relevance, I mean direct, clear, convincing relevance. Obviously, any topic area of any interest could have some relevance to things in the Delta, but that does not mean that it is appropriate to explore those topics during the course of this evidentiary hearing, which is very focused on the petitions before us and the key issues that we are considering. So that is my reminder and my request to everybody. With that, I thank you all again for the efficient conduct today. We will reconvene again in the Coastal Room next Thursday. We will begin with Ms. Meserve's panel number 3. I believe you are estimating an hour and a half for direct. Any estimates on cross at this time? I want to give Mr. Herrick some assurance that his witnesses may not be needed until we reconvene after lunch. Mr. Mizell, you're usually the ones with the bulk of the cross-examination.
At the time, I believe we would give you a ballpark estimate of 2 hours.
Okay, then I think it's safe to say, Mr. Herrick, we will not need you until 1 p.m. at the earliest, and we'll revisit that before we take our lunch break on Thursday. Okay, thank you all. Have a good weekend. We'll see you on Thursday.